Is everything working? I think it is. I think so. This looks about right. Okay, alright. Rocky immediately with the, ask me anything. Do we send our orders via bit messages or just random messages in chat? Both work. Both do count, so definitely keep that in mind. Yeah, I am flying solo today, so this is going to be very interesting. The first cooking stream I did was back in July, and when I did that, Sarah was helping me. Sarah was streaming with me, and now not so much. Now Sarah's asleep because she has work tonight. She got home from work around 7:30, 8 a.m., and she has work again tonight at 10 p.m. So I am streaming from my own kitchen, our kitchen, because we share a kitchen last I checked. And we'll be here all day. Merry Christmas Eve. Hope everyone's doing well today. Yeah, I'm staring directly into everyone's souls because we are using the brand new Elgato prompter, which is Elgato's version of the teleprompter. So the way that it works is it is essentially this giant enclosure for my webcam, for my camera. And the way I have it set up right now is that I can look directly into the camera. That's right, Alexander, I'm looking right at you. I can look directly into the camera and I can actually read chat right now. So I can see Llama, Mizmok, Rucky, sorry, for no reason at all. As I said Rucky's name, I felt this sudden urge to gag a little bit. That's a little harsh. That's almost like slightly too much. Wow. Even I felt bad about that one. So yeah, I'll be staring into your souls, and this is kind of like the maiden voyage for the, what the hell is that? Who the hell is that? Get out of here. What are you doing? Alright. Well, that's the downside to enabling Twitch links to try and allow people to post clips. So that's, yeah, Llama, that was a new one to me. I've never seen that before, so I don't know what that was. They weren't even promoting their own channel. Huh. I don't know. But yeah, so the way it works is that it's essentially displaying chat where my camera is so I can look at the camera and read chat. This is going to be the maiden voyage in a way for the prompter because I will be taking this back up to my office and using it for streams, and I'm actually going to try and use this for videos as well. I'm going to try and do maybe some more like on-camera videos for shorts, for scripted stuff, so you know, the possibilities are endless. And once again, I do want to say thank you because the prompter was a community gift. It was from Llama, Scarlet, Mizmok, Rucky, PJs. I don't think I'm forgetting anyone there, but Sarah also helped out in, you know, providing the address. That way it didn't just get sent out into the void. Although Llama would have had our address, but Sarah helped facilitate as well. Ooh! Single sexy streamers in my area? Ooh. Where? If I just like step outside right now, am I gonna find them? If I keep talking like that, the single streamer outside is gonna be me. if I keep talking like that, you know? We do have some music playing. Let me know if you need me to lower the music, if it's okay. I'm just looking at the waveforms right now. I'm just kind of looking over at the laptop right now and seeing how everything looks. Music's good? Okay. It's gonna be a mix of Christmas music and also just some of the music that I used on the previous cooking stream as well. Right? Just wandering the streets. I may be getting a package later, which if I do get the package later, we'll open it on stream. My dad sent essentially kind of a holiday care package of sorts, so that could be fun to open. It was supposed to arrive last week, and it might get here today, but I'm not sure. And Llama, you might appreciate this in particular. I did go ahead and I downloaded the Stream Deck app, so I can very easily go whoop, and whoop, and whoop again. So we do have our second camera, the lighting isn't like 1-to-1. It's because of the quality of the camera. It's because this camera is much better quality and gets much more accurate lighting and everything than this one does. So this is really the best that I could get it, but that's what we got. I can very easily unmute my mic, I can start the music, stop the music, switch to the next track, I can do the BRB, I can do everything from here, so yeah, much accurate, such cool. Wow, Pal and Jude, how you doing today? Welcome on in. Daedro, I hope the food is good as well. So let's talk about the menu real quick, right? And the menu tonight is hopefully edible. That is indeed the goal. Scarlet, that is the official Stream Deck app. For free, you can use like 6 buttons on it, which is really nice. Yeah, so
time for a celebration! Cheese for everyone!
Ooh, that looks a little loud. Why was that so loud? I just saw that blowing out the mic right there. Yeah, I don't know why that was so loud. I looked over at the waveform. This is the exact same settings that I use on my PC. These are the exact same settings I use on my computer.
You are a damn fool.
It shouldn't be any louder. I'm gonna take a look at this real quick. Hold on one second. I'm gonna set a limiter or something. Hold on. Yeah, what if I just set a limiter real quick? Oh my god. But Scarlet, yes, I am using the prompter. I was just talking about it, actually. Hold on. Let's put a limiter on. Let's do a threshold of... I'm gonna do... like, -11. Alright, yeah. Well, if you guys weren't awake before, you certainly are now. And it's after 2 p.m. here, so I hope you were already awake. But now, you definitely are. I can drop all the pans. Well, I'm still not trying to wake Sarah, so... you know. Yeah, so a couple things on the menu today. We are going to be starting off the day with making some coffee drinks. We're going to be making a chai concentrate, which isn't coffee, but I'm going to be using it in a dirty chai latte. So, you know, all comes together to be coffee related anyway. Tatanko, how you doing today? So we'll be making a chai concentrate. We'll be making a dirty chai latte, maybe a couple other hot drinks as well. And for my dinner tonight, I'm going to be making a lamb shawarma over a seasoned rice. And we will actually be starting with the marinade for that, even though you can make this recipe without really letting it marinate or sit at all. You know, it's still plenty good without letting it sit, but it gets even better if you do let it marinate in the fridge. So we are going to get started with that. So I got everything written down. I have everything written down so we can get started. So give me just 1 second as I kind of finagle a couple things, you know? It's so weird seeing the kitchen kind of from that angle. I don't know, there's something about seeing it on camera that feels odd. I don't know why. I think it's just because it's a different way of seeing it. It's a different kind of like perspective of it, so I'm just kind of like, ooh. Is that my kitchen? I guess it is. Ooh, having a lamb stew tonight. See, there you go. Fridge isn't stainless. Well, none of this is ours because we rent because, well, what happened was when Sarah and I were going to... well, when we were starting to think about moving in together, when we were thinking about getting a place, we were looking at rentals, and then we were also looking at a couple places that were available to buy, and this was 3 years ago, mind you. Even 3 years ago, we were like, well, it's going to be slightly more expensive in terms of a mortgage than it would be to just rent. And little do we know that 3 years ago would have been a better time to buy, because now it's all pretty terrible. Now everything is pretty crap, you know? Alright, but yeah, so we are going to get started with marinating the lamb for tonight. This is a boneless butterflied leg of lamb, 2 pounds, so I did kind of take that into consideration with all of the measurements as well. I actually got a really good deal on it. This was, yeah, 2 pounds, butterfly leg of lamb. In total, it was $8.30 for, yeah, just over 2 pounds, 2.08 pounds. I don't know, to me, I always think about lamb as being a little on the pricier side, so I'm just like, ooh, that's pretty good, that's pretty nice. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, some of the can be red. Ooh, I think that should be fine. Yeah, because we have all of the wedding stuff on the fridge right now because we have our save the date hour, where Sarah's bridal shower invitation, my friend Matt's wedding, and we have a few different fridge magnets as well. So there's a California Valley Chardonnay fridge magnet. There's the guitar one you saw, which I got in Hawaii. I have 3 from Amsterdam because, well, it was buy 2 get 1 free at the airport. So I said, sure, why the hell not? See, I misread that, Alexander. I thought this said cheaper than beer, and that's also true at this point. I don't have cheap taste. The beer that I drink, it's not expensive, but I'm not drinking Bud Light. I'm not drinking, you know, the stuff where it's like, oh, $6 for a 6-pack because we're a little bougie, you know? We do not have a tree set up. We just don't really have a whole lot of space, so no fridge set up, unfortunately. Alright, so I'm actually going to just pop that back into the fridge while I get the marinade ready. But yeah, just wanted to show that off real fast. Alright, so swapping over to the hand cam. Yeah, so sorry. I'm not used to doing this on my own. I've only done the one other cooking stream before, and that was with Sarah helping read chat, look at chat, manage everything. So doing this on my own, it feels a little odd. There's not a whole lot of prep space in the kitchen. It's significantly bigger than my old kitchen, than what I had back in the city, but that's not saying anything. That's not saying anything at all. Oh, you want to see a leg reveal? What do you think of them apples? I am not very flexible, so that was not comfortable. Alright, so we are going to start with the juice of some fresh lemon. You know what? I'm actually going to, just out of some safety concerns, I'm going to take all of this off the fridge with how much I'm going to be opening the fridge time and time again today. No wedding invites for you guys, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm just gonna take those down. It doesn't have anyone's addresses, but it has dates and venues and whatnot. So let's not. Not making punch, but I know how to punch down. Does that count for anything? Alright, so lemon juice. I have, well, I'm gonna use fresh lemon. Because even though I just have the bottle of lemon juice, it's like, that's not as good, come on. And I only need about half a tablespoon, so yeah, even half a lemon is going to be more than that. So I'll just kind of, I'm going to need lemon juice a little bit later, so I'll just juice the whole lemon now. Take what I need for this, and I'll just put the rest of the juice in a container. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be good. So yeah, just because I want the meat to marinate, we're starting with the marinade, and then we'll be moving on to the chai concentrate. But I have pretty much everything I need. The only thing that our store didn't have at all was they didn't have any fresh ginger, which annoyed me. And that's such a hit or miss ingredient here for whatever reason. Like, I just cannot regularly find fresh ginger here. And even finding some other things that you think would be pretty common, even the quality of getting green onions, it's just terrible sometimes, and, well, what can I say? A little disappointed at times. Doing the standard thing of rolling the lemon a little bit, just to coax out the juices. Let me get a cutting board. And I mean, it's one lemon, it's not going to be a ton of juice, so I can just use a small container for that. Here, I'll just use that for now. Yeah, and like I said, I only need half a tablespoon for the marinade, so I'm just going to save the rest for later, because I will use more lemon juice later in the tahini sauce. Because frankly, the sauces are one of my favorite parts of all this anyway. I mean, once again, when I have limited kitchen space, I have limited prep space, and only my second time doing this, so, you know, it's a process. I will say that I'm not a very fast cooker. Like, I'm not necessarily the fastest person in the kitchen. I usually just take my time. I'm usually just, you know, enjoying myself. It's very relaxing, so. I'm also just a home cook. I don't have any training. I don't have any, like, particular skills. We've done the cooking videos before, but even those are, once again, just the thing of, oh, we're just two dudes in a kitchen. Could have been the name of the show, Two Dudes in a Kitchen. And yeah, it's a big-ass lemon. So, we're just gonna get the juice out of there. What I did do, though, is I did write down everything. Yeah, it's a strong lemon. I have everything written down, so it's not like I'm going to be going back and forth trying to make sure that I know what I need, for instance. So, we're going to be pretty good. If anything, I think I did optimize my workflow a little bit compared to the first stream, so I think it'll be a pretty good day. I mentioned it before, one of the problems I had with the first cooking stream was that I just tried to do a little too much, and part of that was just, you know, once again, first time doing this, not sure really how much I needed to fit into the stream, not knowing how quickly the time would go by. And the only reason we haven't done more cooking streams since the one in July was honestly just due to lack of time availability and so on. It's something I'd like to do maybe not all the time, but maybe if I can, like 3-4 times a year. I'd love to do some themed cooking streams as well. For instance, I would really love to do a Chinese New Year one, but we're also just not going to be here around Chinese New Year. I think we're traveling the day after, so, you know. Bella, how you doing? Welcome on in. That is just, for me, that's just a standard, like, citrus squeezer. So just a little more than half of a tablespoon of lemon juice, which obviously a whole lemon gives you more than that. I need more lemon juice for later, so I'm just gonna put a lid on this and put that in the fridge. Because like I said, I'll need that for the tahini sauce later on. I'm also just gonna pull up chat on my phone, because I can't really look over at the prompter when I'm at the prep station here. Prep station, it's the world's smallest counter. Hold on, yeah, let me see. Channel, chat. And I did also plug it in my charger here, that way I can very easily get that ready. Yeah, llama, that's a good idea. Right, need a second prompter just right here, so I can stare at you guys in the eyes here, or here, directly into your soul. Yeah, if you give me a second, I can... Ooh, am I even signed into Nightbot here? Oh, wait, I'm signed into Twitch, so I can just sign into Nightbot real easily. Yeah. One sec, llama. Now you see me, now you don't. I hope everyone's having a good Christmas Eve so far, though. It just doesn't feel like Christmas Eve to me, and I think it's just because I know that we're not doing anything tomorrow. It's because I just know that we're gonna be, well, Sarah's gonna be, she has work tonight, she has work tomorrow, I'm just gonna be here. I have some video work that I'll be doing myself. One sec. Right, so... Yeah, so now we do have a menu command, and the menu command does have the, well, go figure, the menu there. Now I'm reading chat. Hold on, what did I miss out on? Someone's making food and it sounds good? Rocky, you say that it snowed here today. I had to go out to get a couple things, and, well, yeah, it started snowing. Not a lot, and I think it already stopped by now, but we still have the last batch of snow. Like, we haven't had the snow from over the weekend melt yet. Yeah, so... essentially, we're not trying to make a really thin marinade. It's going to be a little bit more of a paste in the end. And the recipe itself I am going to be putting on the Patreon. It'll be made free, so you don't need to be a paid member of the Patreon for that. The reason being that, all of my recipes are just kind of derived from other places. Like, they're inspired by other places, so I don't really feel right charging for them. But Patreon's kind of like free post system is probably one of the better ways to go about distributing that, so that's the reason for that. 2 garlic cloves, which I'm gonna grab my garlic press for that, just lightly crushing those to make it a little bit easier to peel them. Ooh, Bella. Sarah's mom misses having a hot tub. They used to have a hot tub in, I forget what the room was called. I think it was just called, like, the den or the family room or something. Which essentially was just this room that connected the garage to the rest of the house, but the pump broke, and, well, they just never fixed it, so now they have no hot tub. I only ever used it a couple times in the time that I knew Sarah, and I liked it. I definitely didn't use it as much as I could have, but it was nice. Granted, they have a pool, and I don't really use that all that much either. They get a lot of use out of the pool over the summer, though. Sick. Also, if I'm missing anything in chat, just let me know, because once again, just trying to find a good way to juggle everything, but I do have chat on my phone, so I can see everything. Yeah, hot tubs aren't something that I think about using all the time, is the thing. It's a very kind of... it's a special occasion, it's a treat sort of thing. Alright, yeah. One sec. Skin on this clove of garlic just really didn't want to come off. Nearly there. And I just use a garlic press. I know some people don't like garlic presses, but I am a big advocate of them. Also, I'm realizing now that my phone, even when it's on Twitch chat, it still goes to sleep after the 2 minutes, so I might need to change my phone settings so that it doesn't try going to sleep. So, yeah, alright. Let me also switch back to, hold on. because I'm not streaming off of my computer, I didn't bring my whole computer down here for this, because that just sounded like a terrible idea. 1, it's heavy. 2, there's stairs. 3, I hate having to put my setup back together. Like, I hate having to reassemble my build. So I'm just using Sarah's laptop, which does work since, you know, she's asleep, so it's not like she's using it anyway. Yeah, so 2 cloves of garlic, crushed. Let's get that in there. And I'm just gonna clean everything in the sink after we get the marinade, after we have the lamb marinating, which I can probably get like 3 or 4 hours of marinade on that, depending on when I get that in the fridge, but yeah. So now we're gonna move on to our dried spices, of which there are going to be plenty. There are gonna be several of those, so 1 second as I get those out. We're gonna be using coriander, cardamom. Does this one use turmeric, or is that the rice? No, just the rice uses turmeric. I think cayenne and cumin. And smoked paprika, yeah. Oh, Agnes, yeah, the way that Sarah's schedule works right now, she works... she works overnight, and she works Sunday night through Thursday morning, essentially. And because of that, you know, she's gonna be off the day after Christmas, Friday, Saturday, most of Sunday, but she'll be working tonight, she'll be working tomorrow. So we're doing Christmas with her parents on Friday, since Thursday's kind of her catch up on sleep day and everything. Maddie, welcome on in, how you doing? Merry Christmas Eve. Right, now you get something to watch for Christmas. Oh, judging everything I do? Oh, as you should. Yeah, so ground coriander, cardamom, cumin, cayenne, paprika, salt, pepper. The cinnamon I don't need until later, so I'll put that back for now. And it's gonna be half a tablespoon, half a tablespoon. A lot of these are gonna be half tablespoons, so let me actually just clean out this, because I only have the 1/2 tablespoon measuring spoon, admittedly. Yeah, this is actually based on a dish that I really love back in New York City. It's from a place called Mamoun's Falafel, which I believe is one of the earliest Middle Eastern restaurants in the city, if not one of the longest lasting. And their lamb shawarma over rice it's one of my favorite kind of comfort dishes. And almost every time I go back to the city, I try to squeeze it in, which I'm usually only back for a couple days at a time, so I don't always get the chance to get it since, well, you know, when you're back in the city for a few days, you want to try and get everything. You want to try and eat everything that you can. No, Llama, she does not, so this is just for me. I am making 2 pounds of lamb just for me. Which, you know, I get a few meals out of it, so I'm happy. And I am just, you know, trying to be a little careful, not trying to just overspill this, which I could always just do this over another surface to be safe, too. It's not going to be super exact either, so, you know, a little extra gets in, it'll be fine. No, so, originally, one of the things I had been thinking about for today was I had thought about making chicken and dumplings, which is one of Sarah's favorites. However, I realized that the thing is you know, since she has work tonight, that would mean she has to wake up earlier and get up and then eat and have the meal before work, whereas, you know, I'd rather make that on a night that she's off. That way she can sit down and enjoy it and not have to worry about, like, oh, I gotta wake up earlier and eat this and then go off to work. So probably going to be making that on Thursday if I had to guess. I do have some chamomile. I had some chamomile tea last night, Rucky. I have a... what is it? It's a honey vanilla chamomile. I'm just going to take the top off of this. It's a honey vanilla chamomile that I really like, and it's kind of my go-to when I want something very soothing and very mellow at night. And it's nothing fancy. I think it's just celestial tea, but just really hits the spot. I've been drinking more tea. I'm definitely drinking more tea this winter so far, this kind of like cold season so far. Yeah, so coriander, cardamom, half tablespoon of cumin. I'm actually running low on cumin, so I'm gonna need to buy more cumin soon. I mean, Rucky, listen, we're gonna be making tea today when you think about it, because we're making the chai concentrate. But I'm immediately, putting coffee in the teas, so... Man, I didn't realize how much cumin I used. Love cumin, though. I have a few dishes that I use it in, so... Yeah, there's almost none left in that. How much cumin did I need for the rice? Yeah, I got enough. Alright, I think I'm just gonna have to kill the cumin for the rice then. Damn. Yeah, just a half tablespoon of cumin, you know? Not much, just a taste. I've never watched Hannibal, but Sarah did. Sarah and her parents did, I want to say. My dad is actually very excited about the Dexter Youngblood's, Original Sin. Sorry, I don't know why I want to say Youngblood. My dad's really excited about the Dexter series. For cayenne, I don't want to use a half tablespoon. I only want to use a half teaspoon. Which, I mean, if you don't want it spicy, you can just leave that out altogether. Me, I'll stick with the half teaspoon, but even if I did more than that, I wouldn't be upset. Crabo, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Merry Christmas Eve. And since I'm only using this the one time, I can just go ahead and dump that. Salt, pepper, 1 teaspoon of smoked paprika. Yeah, I'm just trying to put things away as I can. And I'm just gonna wash everything in the sink after this. 1 teaspoon smoked paprika. This is the Trader Joe's brand, just because I do like I like a lot of their spices, admittedly. They got a lot in their spice aisle now. It used to be a lot more restrictive, but now they've got a ton of stuff. Oh, that's right, Crab, yeah. Well, you said it's not a long drive, fortunately, so that's good. We might be seeing Gladiator on Friday with Sarah's parents. Like, we might be doing that as part of our Christmas with them. I love Trader Joe's, and I'm gonna sound like a little bit of a Trader Joe's hipster here, but we had been going to Trader Joe's as a family for a very long time. We had been going to Trader Joe's before it really blew up. I think it might have actually even been before they got bought out. Because the original owners were, just a couple surfer dudes in California, as is kind of, the vibe that they go for. And then they got bought out. They got bought out by essentially 2 old German dudes who liked that vibe, and they wanted to keep that aesthetic, but they weren't surfing. Just adding some salt and pepper. I'm just kind of eyeballing it because, why not? I like salt, I like peppers, so you get a little bit more in there too. But yeah, when we were going to Trader Joe's, it was back before they had even opened their first New York location, so we would go up to Connecticut. We had a place up there, and we would go every once in a while, weekend here, a holiday there, and I remember it was specifically the Trader Joe's in Norwalk, Connecticut, and it was always a blast. And there's some things that they still have, like from back then too, like the peanut butter pretzels were always a staple, were always this good. God, I remember when Trader Joe's first came to New York City, when the first one opened, and it was a zoo. The line would go down the block. You can't have that oil on stream, llama. I'm gonna get banned for it, I know, but ooh, just take it in, chat. There's worse oils that I could have on stream right now. There's other worse ways that could go. Llama's gonna report me to Twitch. Alright, and 3 tablespoons of extra something olive oil, because I can't say it on stream. Imagine how many cooking streamers would have to get banned in that case. And we'll mix that. Extra olive oil, you know? Extra olive all about it. Yeah, I'm just gonna combine this, gonna mix that all up once again. It's gonna be a little bit more of a paste than really a thin marinade. We're just gonna try and like kind of really pack that onto the lamb too. Now, admittedly, I had gotten a couple different things that I could have made for the Christmas Eve stream, and I was very indecisive, so I did put it to a Discord vote. It was kind of between this and a prime-ish rib, was the way that I described it, the way that I called it, because it wasn't a standing rib roast. It's only one rib. So it's essentially just a massive ribeye. It's essentially just the biggest gosh darn ribeye you ever did see. Oh, so Maddie, no, so, God, I want to say it was a couple of years ago at this point, where Twitch made a new rule that you couldn't say, or that people couldn't type simp, virgin, or thought in chat. And I think one of the reasons was for bullying purposes, like people were using those terms to bully people. So that's why. And once again, I think it can be said in chat if it's... I don't think it can be typed in chat at all. But I know, I can say it on stream, I just can't use it in a derogatory term. Like, I couldn't start... If I started insulting the olive oil and its virtue, then I'd be out of here. Then, ooh, I'm gonna be on kick, and I'd rather just die. Maybe that sounds a little dramatic. I've seen what happens on kick. It's not too dramatic. The olive oil would report me, right? Alright, so, yeah, I'd say that's pretty pasty. Pretty pasty indeed. I'm gonna call this marinade Llama. See, now I'm gonna get banned for that level of bullying too. Alright. See, I don't need the other words to insult people, you know? I can get banned all on my own. Oh, so yeah, 2 pounds of lamb. I'm just gonna put this in a freezer bag, a Ziploc bag. I really gotta, hold on, I'm just gonna change the settings on my phone because it is going to sleep after 2 minutes, and that's not really working when I'm using my phone to read chat. Screen timeout, yeah. If I set it to 10 minutes, I can tap my phone every 10 minutes, you know? Like, I don't think that'll be an issue then. All right. Yeah, I got a really good deal on the lamb. I was actually really impressed by the price. 2 pounds of lamb, boneless, butterflied lamb leg was $8.30. And this is gonna get me a couple meals. Like, this will be a couple meals just for me. And the way that this looks, it might actually drip a little bit, so I'm just gonna open this over the sink to be safe in case that does run any juices at all. But it has this nice, convenient tear ring as well. That ring did not work. That ring immediately just tore off. Yeah, opening this in the sink is going to be the right call. I think it has a setting for increasing the timeout when the phone detects I'm looking at it. I do not have anything like that. That sounds way too fancy for my phone. Which I think I'm actually at the point now where my phone is going to stop getting some of those security updates too. Hold on, yeah. I'm just gonna grab that. Yeah, this is a lot harder with one person. I know Maddie does solo cooking streams exclusively, but man, the one time I did this was with Sarah helping, and man, do I miss the help. Llama, we're gonna be rubbing you on some meat today, aren't we? Alright. I'm just doing a quick rinse off. I'm gonna do a more thorough wash of everything in just a second, but I wanna get this marinating and ready to go. So paste is gonna go in, we're gonna massage it all around. Listen, Merry Christmas, everyone. Music's still good, like music volume and everything's still fine. I'm just gonna do the thing of pulling this over. I'm probably gonna put this in a bowl as well. Sounds great, all right. And I did check, I think the music playlist is long enough that it should last for the entirety of a stream, but if not, then, you know, I'll just rerun it, like I'll just start it over again. It's not all Christmas music, but a good chunk of it is Christmas music, I think. Some of it's a little jazzy, because I just feel like jazz works well for cooking streams and cooking videos, once again. Channeling my inner Maddie, but we did it even for the cooking videos years ago, too. I actually do like jazz, like unironically I do like jazz. And I'm just gonna start to massage that a little bit, which might just take a second to really get that all around. Oh, Maddie, yeah, I might be missing some stuff here and there. I'm trying, though. Oh, God, this probably people doing dubstep during cooking streams is just, not the cooking streams that I'm gonna be watching, you know? Which I'm very picky about music anyway. I'm very, very particular about music, too. I'm not a big music person, admittedly. Like, I don't necessarily listen to a ton of music, per se. The problem is that when I get my, like, Spotify Wrapped and everything, it's just almost exclusively my stream playlist. This is almost exclusively just what I listen to, you know, on stream, because that's what I listen to more often than not. People don't know what we are. We're rivals. Maddie's Cafe versus George's Eatery. Still workshop in the name. It's East Coast, West Coast. It's a battle. It's a throwdown. It's a $1 million cook-off to anyone who is going to know that reference at all. This could use just a smidgen more oil, so I'm just going to pop that open, pour the slutty olive oil in, and then, you know, just get back to rubbing. Just eyeballing that. Because that's not a banned term, that's fine. Very odd. Twitch being inconsistent, who would have guessed? Also, Majors, because I saw you're in chat, but I hadn't said hi yet, so I hope you're doing well today. I hope you're doing good. Yeah, and... Majors, I really just want to play more Traveler's Rest. I really just... All I want to do right now is just sit down, play Traveler's Rest, and grind out that event, even though I'd still argue that the balancing is a little... the balancing for the Traveler's Rest event I still think is a little strange, but it's fun. Yeah. Alright. That's... is looking pretty good. So I'm gonna throw this in. I'm just gonna throw that in a bowl just in case it shouldn't leak at all, but just to be safe. That goes in the fridge, that's gonna marinate. I'm not sure if I'm gonna get the full 4 hours for that, because I have admittedly just taken a little longer than intended, but we'll be good. Alright, so with that out of the way, we can get started now on my coffee. I haven't had a single cup of coffee today, and that feels weird. I don't like that. Hi, I saw you. I saw you out of the corner of my eye.
I have a paper 100.4, so I sent a picture to my boss. I'm like, I can come in and wear a mask. She's like, absolutely not.
Well, I have bad news for you. I was coughing a little this morning. Would you like to come in? You look very white.
You want to take something?
She's not feeling well. Yeah, what have you been taking?
I just got this.
Yeah, Sarah wasn't feeling well yesterday, so we had a feeling this was gonna happen, but... It's a Christmas miracle. You're not working. You win some, you lose some. Megan says she hopes you get better soon. Llama likes your glasses. Oh, well. He feels the need to validate you. Alright, so... now we can get started on the chai concentrate. We're going to start by preheating the oven to 350 while I gather our spices for this. Which, oh, I love the spices for this. I got good spices, guys. Look at the size of these cinnamon sticks, guys. Like, I don't know how well it shows up because there's a little reflection on the bag, but I got the good stuff. I think I do have 5 spices in total. So yeah, so it's gonna be 4 cinnamon sticks. I haven't opened these spices yet, so I gotta open these up. We are gonna be toasting the spices in the oven just because, you know, you get a little bit more of the flavor and a more elevated taste out of them that way. So 4 of these big ass cinnamon sticks here, I'll show. This is the good stuff. Just 4 cinnamon sticks. Oh, Simon, I just eat these off screen, don't you? Let me... I know I said I was gonna wash the dishes. Let me get these ready, and then I'll do that. This is all from the Spice House, which you haven't heard of them. Thank you. If you haven't heard of them, online spice retailer. My dad told me about them, and my dad was the first one to get me spice. Because what is this?
Well now, you must really like it here. And they say, I'm mad.
Blue Eagle, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. Thank you for the 31-month sub. Oh, Blue and I were talking about that. The other Blue and I were talking about the, yeah, that $1,000 UCS Death Star set. Yeah. Listen, I considered it splurging that I was maybe gonna buy myself the Mon Calamari mini set. Ooh. Oh, all right. I just opened the cloves, and that smells great. 4 cinnamon sticks, 12 cloves.
Now you can make chicken and dumplings.
I could. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, I gave you one that's suicide paradigm.
Okay.
I gave myself one that's Tylenol, cough suppressant, expectorant, and
Gotcha. You're making cocktails. Med cocktails. 15 green cardamom pods. Oh, I let you guys smell it. Just smell-o-vision for the stream. I also managed to turn off my my phone, even though I was like, oh, I'm gonna leave my phone on for longer. It looks really good. The home one looks really, really good. The thing that makes me so sad, Blue Eagle, is that they never made the Nebulon Beef Freighter or the Nebulon Beef Frigate available outside of that one San Diego Comic-Con drop. So 15 cardamom pods. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, that should be around 15. Just gonna double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, and I'm opening these for the first time, and just, they all smell fantastic. They all smell great. We're also going to do 1 tablespoon approximately of black peppercorns, whole black peppercorn. Tablespoon, got one here. If I could let you guys smell it, I would. Love pepper. I got to try black pepper off the vine once, like fresh black pepper as it was growing. It's incredible. Because it's still like the fruit, so it's still a little soft, but it was just the freshest, most kind of aromatic black pepper I'd ever had in my life. Oh, and I think about it still. Oh, we got a couple smaller pieces. I'm just gonna try and fish those out real fast. Yeah, just because, you know, it's coming out of my pepper mill, my pepper grinder, so a couple smallish pieces got in there. Megan, have you set up your Xbox yet or not yet? I'm just gonna toss these around, but yeah, these spices right here, they're all gonna go in the oven. Once that's preheated to 350, they're gonna go in for around 8 minutes. In the meantime, I'm just gonna get started on doing a little cleaning. So I'm still disappointed on that. I don't know if we have them anymore. Well, because they were from, like,
Yeah, but I
3
bought
years
new
ago.
ones.
Oh, well, I don't know where those are then. Scarlet, unfortunately, Sarah is sick. I thought they were out here for some reason. What'd you say? I can read.
Next year?
Yeah, I hope she feels better. Hi, Sarah, good morning. Oh no, I hope she feels better. Yeah, with my eyes. Like I said, it's a Christmas miracle. Sarah's home on Christmas Day. Good job at reading, thank you. Which, I'm just gonna wash these by hand. Like I could just throw them into the dishwasher, but I'm just gonna go ahead and wash my hand. I didn't know you had eyes. Well, they weren't free. They were very expensive. Ooh, what 360 game? Listen, it's the worst thing, but when I bought the Series X, and I bought it at launch, or the launch period, the first games that I was playing were all backwards compatible. One, because there weren't that many games actually available for, the Series S, Series X yet, but I had gotten my Series X because my Xbox One broke right as the Series consoles were coming out, and I said, what the fuck? But, Microsoft was smart in that they made the Series X the same cost as the One X, and the Series S the same cost as the One S. So, okay, I could have bought the One X and, been buying it at the end of the generation and then be left out in the cold, or I could buy the new Series X and just be set for the next gen. Oh, I know Viva Pinata. Listen, you want to talk about games that you need spreadsheets for? Viva Pinata is one of the OG Xbox spreadsheet games. Oh, some game called Viva Pinata. Excuse me, Ms. Gatekeeper. Yeah, just going in and washing everything. Oh, I can smell the cumin in that marinade, and it smells fantastic. I continue to say that the 360's graphics still hold up really well. The 360 had a beautiful lineup of games. Mr. Mikado, welcome on in. How you doing today? Happy Christmas. What am I British? Merry Christmas Eve. Hope you're doing well. Alright, oven's ready. I'm just gonna finish cleaning up first. But you are... Oh, so it works. Yeah, just emptying out the garlic press. Happy Christmas. Thank you so much. Yeah, doing something a little different today. Usually I'm gaming. Today I'm gonna be eating. This is my second cooking stream ever, and I'd like to do more. Mainly just a matter of time and all of that. I actually really want to buy the Assassin's Creed Trilogy pack, the Ezio pack, Rucky, but I love those games. I did start to lose a little bit of steam by the time that I got to Revelations, but I think that was partially just because I really did not like the first-person puzzle-solving segments as Desmond in Revelations. That was where they lost me, but the Altair stuff in Revelations was phenomenal, was fantastic. Oh, Johnson, I'm sorry. I hope you're doing okay. I hope you're hobbling around with the best of them. Hobnob and hobble. I'm sorry to hear that, though, jokes aside. Doesn't feel broken still. That sounds not good. Today? Okay. Okay. So we're gonna set our timer for 8 minutes. We're gonna put these spices in a 350-degree F oven to toast. And then they'll be going into some water. And we'll get started on making the actual concentrate. In the meantime, I'm just going to put some of these spices away. The ones that I know I'm not going to need later, at least. Yeah, Sarah was even saying yesterday she had that feeling of, oh, this is what it feels like before you catch a cold. So she was already kind of aware that this might happen. Still too bad, you know? Oh, and now you're off and I stole your laptop. You don't get your Christmas money, yeah. Alright, and point chat up here. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna be doing Friday with Sarah's parents. It'll be fun. I haven't seen the dogs in a little while now. She could use my PC for the day if she wanted to. She could use the PC, the Xbox, the PlayStation, or she could sleep. See? Also an option. Why is it not showing? Because I see it there, I'm not seeing it on my phone. Is my phone's chat already just desynced? Oh well. Yeah, so spices are going to come out of there. We're going to put them in a pot. We're going to be making... Well, it's going to be a little bit more than 4 cups of chai concentrate because it's going to obviously concentrate and cook down a little bit. But spices will come out of there. They're going to go in a pot with a quart of water. We'll bring it to a boil, then simmer for 10 minutes. We'll remove from heat, add half a cup of a good quality black tea. Why is the chat on my phone not working? Yeah, chat's just not working on my phone now. That's not good. Okay, perfect. Now it's there. Yeah, we're not wrappers. We don't wrap packages well. So our gifts to each other are going to remain in their Amazon boxes because everything just comes from Amazon now. So it's so weird, Rucky. I'm getting it where when I open chat on mobile, the first couple messages will come through and then it just stops. So I'm just going to restart the Twitch app. And try that again. And... okay, I think it might be working this time. I was never good at wrapping gifts. I've never ever been good at wrapping gifts. I like the idea of putting things in bags, like the nice festive bags. Yep, Rucky, it seems to be working now, so I guess I just needed to restart the app, which, I mean, pretty straightforward solution at the end of the day. Yeah, it seems to be good. I can already smell the spices a little bit, like I can already just catch a whiff of them. It is the pretty typical Twitch mobile experience. That's the thing, Misho. It's that I just don't use Twitch mobile while I'm streaming, so I was like, oh, what's going on here? What is this? Yeah. Yeah, seems like we're fine for now. Seems like we're okay for now. Like I said, unfortunately, the supermarket did not have any fresh ginger, but I'm just going to... It's not going to be exactly the same. I'm just going to sub some dried and ground ginger. It'll still be good. And the black tea that I'm using for this is excellent. It's a smoky Earl Grey. You can use any sort of black tea for this, but I like kind of the smokiness that this has, so I thought that would be nice. I thought that would be really good. Which here, let me actually just do this, since we're kind of just, we don't have anything on the side cam right now, we can just go back to this, we can see chat, we can see you guys, you know, it's a nice time. And I think the lavalier mic, the wireless mic that I'm using, it has a battery life of around 6 hours. I have the other one already charged in case this one does die on us, so either way we should be good for a full day. Oh god, I bet going to get the Xbox this morning, was it a kind of spurred the moment decision? Did you just kind of last moment go, you know what, I deserve this? Because they now make the, they have the 1TB and 2TB models now. And in your case, I know you have the PlayStation, you have the PC, so I don't think you'll be too worried about filling up the storage, and if anything, you already had the Series S, so you had to deal with half of this amount of storage then, too. Oh, and that's the thing, I did not buy a Series X in person. I got really lucky and was able to get one, not at launch day, but within a month of it coming out. And that was thanks to PJs, because PJs had, like, down to the second updates on, oh, this is where you can get an Xbox Series X, this is where you can get a PS5. Like, he was giving everyone the lowdown on where to go, what site to get it from the second that any stock dropped at all. He had helped with me getting my PS5, what was that, 2022? Yeah, even in 2022, even almost 2 years after the PS5 came out, you couldn't just walk into a store and buy them off the shelves. You still had to find out when they were going to drop, where they were going to be, and I remember doing that. Alright, 50 seconds left on the spices. It does smell very nice. Oh, okay, $50 off in the Series X, not bad. Yeah, when I got the PS5, they were still doing the thing of you have to buy a bundle, because they were worried about people buying just the PS5 and selling it on eBay, so they were trying to make sure it's like, okay, well, they have to buy these other things, which you could also just sell, but I think they determined that realistically people were just trying to flip just the PlayStation itself, so having to buy anything else was already a little bit to discourage them. Alright, spices are ready to come out, and it does smell really nice and toasty. Ooh, yeah, that smells good. So they don't look any different, they're just toasted spices, but all of that is going to go into our saucepan. Yeah, it smells lovely. 1 quart of filtered water. Right, nice and roasty toasty, and once again, you could do this without toasting the spices, but it brings out a lot of the aroma, and it elevates it. Oh, Johnson. What did you make for Christmas dinner yesterday? Was it worth breaking your foot? Probably not. I don't know if I've ever made a meal where I went, yeah, you know what? it would have been worth it had I broke my foot doing this. Alright. It's 1 quart of water. We're also going to grate some fresh nutmeg in there as well. But you know what? I'm actually gonna I'll bring this over for the side cam, so you guys can see that nutmeg, see that nut action. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm like this either. Ooh, made 100 pierogi, and half of them were on a broken foot. I feel like that... that's an accomplishment, though. Like, that goes on your tombstone. Fresh nutmeg. And where's my microplane? There you are. Waiting for the PS5 disc version to go down. Was down to $3.99 around 2 weeks ago, but I missed it. And that's the thing. I have the disc version of the PS5, and I don't think I've actually watched a single movie on it, but it's also come in handy because I've had a couple disc games, just because, you know, they go on sale a lot more often, and I bought Last of Us Part 2 on disc a couple years ago for, like, what, $5? So then I was able to buy the upgrade, the PS5, like, remaster for Last of Us Part 2 for another $5. I spent $10 in total on the next-gen version of Last of Us Part 2 in the end. So that's pretty good. So yeah, so just some freshly grated nutmeg, just on a microplane. I'll do a little bit more. Yeah, it wasn't a ton. Yeah, it smells good. And you know what, I'm gonna skip the ground ginger for now. I think we'll be fine. And it's the funny thing of chai literally just translates to tea. It's why there's so many variations of chai in the end. Because chai is just just means tea. Alright, so we're gonna bring that up to a boil, and then as soon as that starts to boil, we're gonna drop it down to a simmer, and keep it there for about 10 minutes? Yeah, 10 minutes. Let me see if chat is still working on mobile. It's mobile, so, you know, who knows. Is there ground ginger? Is the sky ginger? Sea ginger? Sea ginger, eat ginger. Alright, I know. You can't take him anywhere. And I gotta restart the app again. Yeah, I guess when you're reading your own chat, it doesn't like it if you tab out of the app and come back to it, so... Oh, okay. This is my first time that I've tried doing this, so I'm learning that now. Oh, the setup for the cooking stream didn't take too long. It actually went pretty smoothly last night, and I know part of that is because, you know, I did set this up before. I have the prompter, which I'm looking into right now. I've got that on a tripod, and then the second camera just on one of those little flexible tripods. It is 3:18 p.m. or 15:18 if you count to 24, but I'm American, so I don't know how to count that high. So it's a little late for me to be getting started on like a coffee drink, but well, that's what we're doing today. It's Christmas. If I stay up all night, then so be it. And oh. So the past couple days I've been working on a new video, and I wanted to get the video done for tomorrow originally. And then when I realized that wasn't happening, I said, oh, well, maybe I'll get it ready for Friday. And now I'm saying, maybe I can get it ready for next Monday. So a new Morrowind mod released this past Sunday, and it's phenomenal. It is the first release in a mod that will eventually recreate all of Cyrodiil in The Elder Scrolls 3. And I've played for probably 4 or 5 hours now, and I am just loving it. I'm having the best time right now. And it's the thing of, I could just rush the video, I could get the video out for Friday, but I'm trying to just see a little bit more of what's in it, because it's been really, really fun. I've been talking to Llama about it because, you know, Llama is now admittedly a Moro boomer, so I know he'll understand me when I talk about this. I spent 3 hours in the mod without leaving the main city. There was that much to do. The city is massive. The city is huge. Because Anvil is the main hub, like the main city for this release of the mod. Oh, I'm having a hell of a time. I'm having a fantastic time right now. But even though I don't think I'll get that video done for Friday, I will still have a video out tomorrow and another video on Friday. Let me just clean these while I'm at it too. Yeah, I've been following the Oblivion remaster news, and I'm glad you said remaster, because unfortunately a lot of people are going ahead and purporting like, oh, it's a remake from the ground up, and there's nothing indicating that at all. The only legitimate leak, you know, once again, very clearly said, oh, this is going to be
time for a celebration! Cheese for everyone!
Oh, nope, no scratch that. Everybody gets the cheese. Look at that, Beldernick. How you doing today? Happy Merry Christmas Eve. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the cheese. Megan, thank you for then showing people what cheese looks like, because sometimes we forget. Sometimes we don't really know. Yeah, Microsoft hasn't even said...
A bard moves with elegance, poise. You move like a pregnant cow.
Damn. Merry Christmas to everyone but Mizmok, I guess. But right now, Microsoft hasn't given their dates for the January conference yet, if they're going to be doing the January showcase again. But a lot of people are saying that that is when the Oblivion remaster would be shown off. And we'll see. Because I saw people say the same thing about the Xbox showcase over the summer. I saw people say the same thing about the Game Awards. Like, this is now going to be the 4th or 5th time that I have seen people say, oh, this time they're going to show the Oblivion remaster. This time they're really going to do it. So, yeah. I'll believe it when I see it. There's enough evidence pointing to the fact that the Oblivion remaster exists. It's more so... Well, there's evidence showing that it existed at one period of time. The question is going to be if it still exists, if it's still a thing. Alright, so that's not quite at a boil yet, but it's getting close. Oh god, they announced it with Silksong and Half-Life 3. I legitimately saw people claiming that we were going to get a Half-Life 3 reveal during the Game Awards. And guess what? We didn't. Not to my surprise at all. Poor Silksong. poor everyone who's waiting for Silksong, frankly. Humbug to you all. You there, boy, what day is it? Time for you to go watch it, old man. It's the thing of, even if the Oblivion remaster is real, even if it is coming out next year, I'm more excited about Sky Oblivion. I have so many friends who are working on Sky Oblivion. It appeals more to me as, you know, I like the gameplay of Skyrim. I like that it would be Oblivion, but with crafting and with the leveling system. And to me, Skyrim's the easiest game to pick up and play of the Elder Scrolls games. And having Oblivion's story and having so much of that reimagined in Skyrim, I just, you know, that's what I want. That's what I care about a little bit more than, you know, a remaster. Oblivion, if I want to play Oblivion, Oblivion on its own holds up really well. Oblivion is still incredibly playable on its own. And that's why I wonder how much the remaster would even do then. Ooh, Blue Eagle, that's a very good point. I hadn't even thought about that. If we could get Oblivion mods on console, that would be major. I hadn't even thought about that part of it, because I didn't even imagine that they were going to add the built-in mod support the way that they did for Skyrim or Starfield or Fallout 4. That's a very good point, yeah. So you can already see, you can't see because there's no stove cam, but the water's taken on a nice hue. It is now infused with the spices. Yeah, not at a boil yet, but it's getting there, it's getting close. Oh, I want the Morrowind remake. I desperately want them to bring Morrowind. If nothing else, I want Morrowind on the Switch. I think it could actually work really decently on the Switch. I would kill for a Morrowind remaster. I'd kill for... yeah, just a remaster, not even a remake. As excited as I am for Sky Oblivion, and I'm incredibly excited for Sky Oblivion, I'm also really waiting for Skywind as well, because I think that will make Morrowind much more accessible too. Morrowind, I get why a lot of people can't get into it. I very much understand why everyone isn't, you know, clamoring for it. I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed Morrowind, and playing it again now for the video that I'm doing, I'm having a great time, and it's putting me back in the mood to play Morrowind again, you know? Alright, we just reached a boil, so we're gonna bring you down to a simmer. Yeah. Simmer 10 minutes on the clock. Beautiful. And after a 10-minute simmer, we are going to take it off the heat. We are going to put in half a cup of a nice black tea, a loose black tea. And that will steep, that'll just infuse for about like 5-10 minutes. Because I think the recipe called for 5 minutes, but I like a stronger chai, and I want it to be really strong because this is going to be a concentrate. I'm only going to be using a little bit at a time. I'm just adjusting the heat just a little bit, because it came just under a simmer when I lowered it. Yeah, either way, the water's picking up a nice, I don't want to say brown, almost like a golden hue of sorts, and it smells great. Alright, gotta relaunch the Twitch app, because every time I tab out it says, hey, I hate you. And I go, I know Twitch. Oh, I shared this with Rucky and with PJs last night, but did you guys see that Kick's Twitter got hacked? So their Twitter was posting the like, oh, look, we're live now with a great way to make crypto. Couldn't tap into a nicer company, frankly. It's so funny to me. And I know everyone's, you know, getting these scam emails. I know that these scam emails are going out every single day. I get them like clockwork now. But it's funny seeing big companies fall for them. I've seen big companies just very quickly go like, oh, okay. And just fall for them very quickly. Keep tabbing out on Twitch. I keep just switching to another app, and then I gotta launch it every single time. It's fine. I didn't realize that the chat experience was so terrible for mobile if you're trying to watch your own chat. I'm getting those emails constantly. I got a legitimate contract the other day to re-up something that I have to renew, something that I have. And I even made a joke to my contact of, oh, you know, I gotta triple check every email I get because of this. And she left. She was like, no, I can guarantee it was from us, but yeah, I'm getting invoices, I'm getting contract renewals, and they're all those scams where if you download the PDF, if you open it, it's not actually a PDF, it's either an exe or something like that, where it then hijacks your cookie data, that way it can log into your account. So with YouTubers, it happens where they steal your YouTube account, they lock you out, and then they just turn the entire channel into a crypto scam. I have a few friends who had it happen to them. My friend Kev DeWitt, my friend Lilia Live, and there's been other major channels that have fallen for it too, because all it takes is that split second of, oh, I'll download this, oh, I'll open this, and yeah. Fortunately, everyone I know has managed to get their channels back. Everyone I know who has had that happen to them has gotten their YouTube channels back, but they had to fight for it. They had to make sure that YouTube knew that YouTube was on top of it and that they were able to get the channels back in the end, but I don't even want to open my emails anymore because of this. I'm scared to even open my emails at all. It just seems like a minefield. Yes, just still fiddling with the heat, but listen, it smells like chai. We're halfway there, it smells like chai. Well, Blue Eagle, you say that. Have you seen the issue with viruses on the Nexus? There was a whole wave where people were making new accounts and uploading viruses to the Nexus. And the way it worked was usually like, oh, this armor mod, and you would download the mod, and the mod was just a text document, and then the text document, you would open it up and it would say, oh, the mod is actually here, click on this link, which, frankly, don't fall for that. Frankly, no one should be falling for that, but that was happening. That was an issue that we were running into, and Nexus is trying to crack down on a little bit more. They are trying to do something about it, but that should be 10 different sorts of black flags right there. That should be 10 different waves of black flags, red flags right there if you download a mod and it's just a text document that says, oh, go here, this is where the mod really is. Yeah. To be fair, Rocky, City Skylines 2 is barely safe on its own. To be fair, City Skylines 2, I played it at launch, it was not great. And I really enjoyed City Skylines 1, so it was a shame that 2 had such a rough launch. I know there was a whole problem with their DLC, too. Yeah, so once the chai is done, we'll then get started on making actual coffee. I know. I was gonna go get a coffee this morning. I did go on my walk. I was gonna go to the coffee shop, and I saw the line. The line was out the door, and I said, you know what? I'm okay. You know what? I'll go home. Oh, had a lot of work, so it's a lot better now. It still just shows PC, so okay. And that's the thing, I didn't buy it, I just played it through Game Pass, but played for a few hours and I said, oh, you know what, I might just go back to 1, but I loved 1. I know a lot of people hated the new Sim City, the last one, I didn't mind it. I had no issue with it. But I'm also not an avid city game person, so, you know. Danny, how you doing? Merry Christmas Eve. How are you guys? I hadn't seen something about the... Wait, console mods for what? There was an issue where Fallout 4 console mods were not breaking some consoles, but were just insta-crashing Fallout 4, for instance, and that was a mod author being vindictive. That was a mod author intentionally being vindictive. I saw some of the rumors about the 5080 and 5090, yeah. Listen, graphics cards are stupid expensive, and I would love if I didn't have to buy another graphics card ever again, but I know that's not going to be the case. Listen, I'm going to use my 3090 until it is on its deathbed asking for me to pull the plug. And even then, I'm just going to say no and put it back to work. Yeah, the 5090 is probably going to be 2K. It's... Rocky, I don't know if you saw it, but Linus Tech Tips did a video of the all MSI PC build, and MSI's new top-of-the-line motherboard is over $1,000. I hope you never have to buy another motherboard for as long as you live if you buy a motherboard that costs $1,000. Like, talk about high-end. Oh god, right, Danny's like, you know, just, oh, my new GPU, my new 5090, it fell off the back of a truck, right? That whole thing. I'm hearing very good things about the new Intel Arc. Intel's newest Arc GPU is supposed to be very, very good. Or at least it's supposed to be very good for not high-end gaming, but if you're looking to play, you know, 1080p, 60 FPS, even on, like, high for a lot of games, it'll do pretty well. It'll do pretty decently. I've always, not always, but I've been following the Intel Arcs because of the fact that they are supposed to be very good for AV1 encoding, which is another form of video encoding that you can use for live streaming, for videos and whatnot. Alright, and 10 minutes is up. We are going to pull this from the heat, and we are going to pour in half a cup of our black tea of choice. In this case, we're doing a smoky Earl Grey. Now, this might be easier if I just use a tablespoon and just kind of fill it from there. Danny, what are you guys doing for Christmas tomorrow? Your parents, her parents, both? Exactly, blank username. Yeah, both Intel and AMD have just, or sorry, both NVIDIA and AMD have just given up on the idea of targeting beginner or even intermediate at this point. And I think it's a shame. I think it's an absolute waste. But, you know, if anything, we've seen that people continue to buy the most expensive cards, so they have no reason to want to scale it back. They have no reason to want to charge less because they're seeing that these are selling out. They're watching these just sell out every single time. All right. Black tea goes in. We're gonna stir that. That's gonna steep for, I'm gonna do 10 minutes. I like a stronger chai, if anything, you know. I bought the nice spices, it's the nice black tea. I really want that to infuse, I want that to be stronger because it's a concentrate. I'm only using maybe a couple tablespoons at a time, maybe like a quarter cup at a time, so yeah, I want that strong. It smells good. Yeah, this year's a rough one, yeah. Oh, okay, your parents just spent it in Mexico, so you and Bessie over with her family, got it. Ooh, getting tamales for tomorrow. I haven't had like homemade tamales in a very long time. Oh, Nvidia has gone all in on the AI stuff. What's up? Well, I've never had someone make tamales for me, but the carts on the street. That's the good shit. I wish I knew someone who made tamales, but no. Little old ladies with the carts who are, you know, just on the street. It's like, oh, that's the good stuff. Yeah, Nvidia went all in on AI, and EVGA, which is my go-to for Nvidia cards specifically, you know, once again, they left the GPU market mainly to focus on AI stuff too. Danny C, there we go. Tamales are a traditionally Mexican, right, Danny? It's I'm trying to think of the best way to describe them. They're wrapped in a corn husk. They are a mix of kind of like masa, which is a corn flour. They can have different fillings. I really like pork tamales specifically. There's a lot of styles, yeah. I am the most familiar with pork-filled tamales, but either way, just always a good time. Free time today, then doing stockings tonight. I don't know why I'm reading off my phone. I can just look at this. Because the tradition for us all tomorrow, we're making bacon and eggs for lunch, then a turkey dinner. And growing up, there were quite a few years that we did, you know, a second turkey dinner for Christmas because I love Thanksgiving dinner. I'll happily take it twice, you know? Delispell, I did see you in chat. I did see you got your 3-stream streak. I apologize if I hadn't said it hi yet, but I'm trying to catch up with everything. I'm trying to make sure I don't miss anything. Well, EVGA, they confirmed at one point that most of their money didn't even come from graphics cards. They confirmed at some point that more of their money came from other ventures, including a lot of the AI stuff that they did. Well, Dargan, I wouldn't listen to what he has to say. He's full of hot air. He's not right in saying that all games are going to be AI made. It's easy to say it, but AI can't even make a consistent video without it just becoming an abomination. If it can't make a pre-rendered video without people growing extra hands and transforming in the middle of a video, the ability for it to make a playable game at all? No, it's not going to happen for a very, very long time. Elise, well, Merry Christmas. Thank you for stopping in. Had to get the streak, right? You had to maintain the streak. I am wondering if I am going to be able to do a stream on Thursday. I originally said, oh, I'm not going to miss a single stream the rest of the year. And now... yeah, now I am not sure. What New Yorkers are accustomed to is the Pueblo-style corn masa, stuff with different sauces and protein, then wrapped in corn husk and steamed cooked browse. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm used to. It works well for a Lovecraftian video, yeah, with the Uncanny Valley and whatnot. Misho, I don't know if you saw, but Coke put together, Coca-Cola had put together an AI-generated ad, and because it's AI, the AI can't even get the Coke logo correct in their own video. Like, it just seems like such a waste. It seems like such a waste of time and money to make this commercial, to make this ad, where they can't even get their own ad. They can't even get their own logo right. Oh, okay, you saved your streak when stream started. Just wanted to say hi. Got it. Well, here's the thing, Rucky. If I do cancel the Thursday stream, and if that's the only stream I were to cancel between now and the end of the year, I think that would make it so that you and Elise would get 200 on New Year's Eve. So keep that in mind. How do you feel about that now? How does that sound now? No, the only reason I would cancel the Thursday stream would just be to get some more video work done, just because realistically I don't know how much I'm gonna get tomorrow, and I'm hoping I'm not coming down with anything like Sarah is. The alert did play. Okay, I didn't hear it. Gogo Zetto, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you for, I don't know why I keep looking at my phone for this. Thank you for the 59-month streak. Merry Christmas Eve. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a great time. Llama, I didn't hear it at all. I didn't hear it whatsoever. The chai concentrate is coming along. It's been steeping for about 6 minutes now. Mux. But I'm just gonna let that sit. I actually need to put this light on. Hopefully that illuminates me ever so slightly. But this is, and I'm very excited, I'm really happy about it, this is the first stream that I've done now with the Elgato prompter, which is why I can look you in the eyes and say, "Hi, Mux." Sarah's not feeling well. She's on the couch. She's singing. You can't hear her because she's very far away. Oh, no, it picked her up a little bit. I think it picked her up ever so slightly there. Are you comfortable? Okay, I wasn't sure. You don't want to go back upstairs? Oh, that's right. You have an alarm set? Okay, just because I might not remember what time it is. Oh, because with Llama pinning the message, it looks like Llama's making chai concentrate, coffee drinks, lamb shawarma, and seasoned rice. Can you imagine? Llama's just bragging about it. Llama, by the way, I know George is doing a cooking stream. However, this is what I'm making today. Son of a bitch trying to steal my thunder. I hadn't even thought about that. I just... Oh. Yeah, Sarah had a feeling she was coming down with something, and I had the slightest tickle of my throat this morning, so we'll see. But she's got a fever. She was told not to go to work, so she's now home for Christmas, whether she wants to be or not. I know, Sarah, no, I know. Sometimes I get sick, sometimes I don't. Nate, how you doing? Merry Christmas Eve. Yeah, so, couple more minutes. I just wanna... sniff. Smells like tea. It's gonna steep for a couple more minutes. I will strain that out, toss the solids, and then I can get started on coffee. Now that it's gonna be 4 p.m. You know. Well, here's the thing. No, never mind. Now I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm already doing. I'm gonna take a quick look at the lamb, though, and give that just another little rub. Brandy, hope you're doing well today. Welcome on in. Yeah, just trying to continue to let this marinade and get all the flavor. Yeah, Johnson broke her foot and she continued to make Christmas dinner despite the pain and agony. I would not. I would milk it. I'd be like, oh, I broke my foot. Everybody look at me. I'm honest about it, at least. Does that count for anything? Probably not. Llama will do. Have a good one. Merry Christmas. Yeah, because I... Oh. This is going to be my dinner. The lamb, the rice, that'll be my dinner. I'm really looking forward to it because I mentioned it before. This is based off a meal that I love getting back in the city, back in New York. From Mahmoud's Falafel, one of the older Middle Eastern restaurants that I know of in the city. Their falafel's very good. Their lamb shawarma's good. And I might get it the next time I go down. So for that, we'll have the rice, we'll have the lamb. I will be making a tahini sauce. I'll be making a hot sauce for it. So it's gonna be a fun time. Well, let's both have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. Oh, Llama, that's right. Your brother and his girlfriend are coming over, so you'll see them too. I know it's been a couple months since you've seen them, so that'll be nice. And that's the thing, Ghost, is that both cooking streams now have been things that I enjoyed back in the city that I can't necessarily find one-to-one here. So instead, I make it. The first cooking stream, I made a Peruvian roast chicken based on a place, once again, in the city. It's a Peruvian Chinese fusion restaurant, and it's been around since before I was born, and I love it. Right, Danny, that's the next step. So now, right now I'm doing mamoons. Right now I'm doing the more... Well, you don't have to sit down for mamoons, but the next step is the halal cart. And now the step after that is I gotta get the whole, the spit and carve the meat off the big, just standing rotisserie or whatever they call it. Mux, are you going home for the holidays, or are you just, well, seeing your family for the holidays, or are you just gonna be little hermit man? Yeah, so let me strain this. I'm just gonna do it in the sink, which none of this should spill, but just to be safe. And I'm curious how much this did kind of, well, concentrate, how much did kind of boil off. One sec. I'm going to try and get as much of the solids into the strainer, that way, that can just kind of drip out too. Yeah, and I'll just let that sit for a minute. Sorry, I'm just concentrating. But we should still have some music playing. And Sarah yawning. Okay, so yeah, that concentrated quite a bit. That's giving us only around a little bit more than 2 cups, so almost half of it did reduce. That'll be good, yeah. Let's sit for another minute or 2. I'll clean everything out after that. Danny, we do actually have a pretty decent halal place up here finally. And I think they are like New York natives. I think they did come up from New York and go like, hey, you know what? Let's make a New York halal style place. It's not the same because, I've got high standards for halal food now, but it gets you like 80% of the way there. But now my parents are kind of in the same situation to some extent too, where, you know, now when they're at their new place, they're like, oh, well, now I miss these things from the city, so now they are making their own, you know, New York style halal food, just chicken over rice and whatnot. Although my parents are back in the city for Christmas, they're going to be there for a while, because I'm actually going to see them when I come down, because I'm getting in the Thursday before the bachelor party weekend and doing dinner with them, because they wanted to still take me out for my birthday and whatnot. Just going to try and press this out a little bit, but yeah. Alright, we should be good. I'm just going to dump the solids. Wash out the strainer in a second. You okay? Alright, and there is our chai concentrate, just under 2.5 cups. It's still going to be a little warm though. Like I said, now that it's almost 4, now I can make my coffee. I'm not sleeping tonight. Which is good, because it means I can finally, you know, catch Santa. It's funny though, Danny, because there's been a lot of, you know, people who moved here from the city, and now you have all these people saying, oh, well, you know, I moved here and there was no halal, and now I have at least one place I can go. Who needs sleep? Listen, it's Christmas. Rocky, that's the thing. That's the other reason why I'm sitting here going, okay, what are the odds that I'm really going to get that Morwen video done for Friday? I kept telling myself that I wanted to just have tomorrow as a full workday, but let's be real. Am I really going to spend all of tomorrow working, or am I going to say, oh, well, it's Christmas, I should really take the day off, which I don't think is a bad thing to say, mind you. Right, for the little ones, of course, Nate, right, for them. Definitely not me trying to mug Santa so that I can then afford that $1,000 Ultimate Collector Series Lego Death Star. Definitely not. No, that'd be nuts. That'd be silly. I'm being selfless. I'm doing this for the kids. Rocky, I really want to play more Indiana Jones. I've just not had the time recently. Because last night, I said that it didn't take as long to set up the cooking stream as the first one, but it was still a few hours. It was still testing and setting things up and making sure that the audio was working, making sure things were charged, getting things in the right place and whatnot. The prompter, the Elgato prompter, I couldn't use the Elgato mount for it in the kitchen because the way that the mount works, it just wouldn't latch onto our dining table. So I just used my regular tripod instead, because, you know, it's all just the standard tripod thread, whatever that size is, because I don't remember the actual measurements of that. It's funny because I read that originally Todd Howard didn't even want Troy Baker to play Indiana Jones, not even because he had anything against Troy Baker, but just the thing of like, okay, well, there's got to be someone else who can do it just as well. There's got to be someone who can do it as well or better, and they did blind listenings, if I guess you could call it blind, but they did, you know, they let everyone just listen to all the auditions, and every single time they went, it's this guy. It was always Troy Baker. just gonna wash everything out. I've been pretty good about washing as I go, cleaning as I go. Yeah. So right now, already, I'm just kind of sitting here going, I don't know about the Thursday stream. I might just wind up taking Thursday off. We will see. But I'll post on Twitter, I'll post on Discord and everything when I've figured that out. So, Indiana Jones was developed by Machine Games, which is the studio that does the Wolfenstein games. However, Todd Howard was the producer because Todd Howard had wanted to make an Indiana Jones game for decades. I think he was the one who actually pitched the game to Disney. It's fun because, you know, we're now seeing Todd Howard kind of do all these things that he's wanted to do for a long time. He wanted to make Starfield, got to make Starfield. He got to be heavily involved in the Fallout show. He's still going to be heavily involved in the Fallout show. Was the producer for Indiana Jones, but the dude's a workhorse. Every time I hear about him, he's working on so many different projects. I doubt that, Rennis, because one, Fallout would not align with their branding at all, what they allow at all, and two, good luck buying anything from Microsoft. That would scare me, if they could afford to buy it from Microsoft. And yes, Disney's got all the money in the world, but Microsoft ain't exactly cheap either. Alright, we are gonna set aside the chai concentrate for a second. Does smell good. You know what, I'm actually gonna put that into the mason jars. Now... No, I'll make coffee first and then I'll put that into the mason jars. So let's now get started on our coffee, because once again, what better to start making coffee than 4 p.m. I'm not surprised that Disney got Marvel for so cheap, because they bought it for cheap years ago. They bought it for cheap, what, like pre-2010, I want to say? And even then, it was just the film rights. Films weren't Marvel's concern. Films weren't what Marvel thought was going to make money, so that's one of the reasons why it was as cheap as it was. Oh, God. If Paramount winds up making the Fallout show, I'm done. Because I saw the Halo show. I didn't finish the Halo show because I couldn't do that to myself, but... Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Alright. I'm going to... Sorry, I'm just debating what coffee I want to use for this. You know what? I'm just gonna use my regular. Because I was debating grinding up some of the barrel-aged, but I feel like using the barrel-aged coffee would kind of take away from the chai concentrate. I'd be worried about that being either too many conflicting flavors or possibly overpowering the chai, so no, I'm just going to stick with my regular blend for this. I'm going to be making a dirty chai, which is going to require a shot of espresso. In my case, a double, because I actually learned that traditionally they usually pull a double shot of espresso anyway. And I'll be doing... I'm going to do the inverted method on the AeroPress. Why not? One sec, let me just swap on over. I haven't watched Yellowstone yet. My dad loves Yellowstone. And at some point I'll watch it. So what is... Okay. The other thing I hadn't necessarily accounted for, Josh, how you doing, was that when I did the first cooking stream, it was over the summer, so we had light all day, whereas now, in an hour from now, it's gonna be getting dark. I don't really have more light that I can put on right now. I could probably try to adjust the settings in the camera, but that would be about it. Megan, well, I was gonna say hi. I don't know if she knows we exist, but have fun. Mizmok, enjoy. Oh, that's what Christmas is all about. Seeing how much lasagna you can fit into yourself. I don't like how I said that. So I'm gonna make a double because apparently... Do I want to make a double? Yeah. Once again, the lesson of the day is it's Christmas, so it's the day to indulge. Lasagna, caffeine, yeah. Why not? Alright. Get started on the water. Put the tea away. Yeah, Renus, we're the same way, or at least my family growing up, we were always the same way of Christmas Day was the day. Part of that was because my mom worked retail, so she only had Christmas Day off. So maybe we would get to open, one present the night before Christmas, Christmas Eve. Which I know is also a pretty common tradition, too. Ooh, schnitzel sounds good, though. Schnitzel sounds very, very good. Favorite drinks for Christmas and New Year's, though, hard lemonade and hard root beer. I really like the hard root beers. Hard root beer, hard ginger beer. There's a hard orange soda that I had one time that was just fantastic, delicious. I admittedly don't have too much in the fridge. I have a hard cider. I got my favorite, the blackberry ginger ale. I have some apple cider. I could always make some hot spiced cider later. We would open all the presents from Mom and Dad on Christmas Eve. Christmas Day was Santa's gifts. Yeah, Sarah, I realized that they would have been in frame, that they were slightly, on cam, so I just took them down. Christmas Eve was always fun. We didn't live with, but we'd stay home Christmas Day. Yeah, we never went anywhere Christmas Day. If we were seeing people on Christmas Day, it would be because they were coming to us, which usually meant my grandparents, for instance. Just gonna tap that down a little bit. Well, Doom, doesn't Hanukkah start tomorrow or something too? It's just a little later this year, right? Oh. Best thing, because growing up, I wasn't raised religious. Christmas was always just kind of more of a family holiday, which that's what I like anyway. Back with a cup of tea, classic ogre toothed British guy drinking tea with crumpets in the cupboard. Never had a crumpet before. I feel like I'm missing out a little bit. Really late this year, I can't remember the last time it started this late. And I know there's been times where it has overlapped with Christmas, but it would usually be the tail end of Hanukkah, not the start. But I get it because, it's going off of a different calendar, and it's the same thing with Chinese New Year. Chinese New Year can be a different time every year because it's going off of that calendar instead off of the lunar calendar specifically. Okay, most in North America just calls crumpet English muffins, though they are different. Yeah, because I wouldn't think about having an English muffin with tea. so I would assume they're different, right? Yeah, I wouldn't just have an English muffin with tea. That sounds weird. That wouldn't make any sense. I need to have real... there's a lot of things I need to have. I want to try crumpets, I want to try Jaffa cakes, I would like a nice Sunday roast. Crumpets with jam. English muffins are the Americanization of crumpets. Okay. Jaffa cakes. I always hear about Jaffa cakes because I used to watch Yogscast, you know, back in the day, back when I still watched a lot of Minecraft stuff. Yeah, Jaffa cakes, it's a British kind of like snack cake sort of thing, and I know about it once again from the Yogscast because they did a series ages ago where they made their like in Minecraft Jaffa cake factory. Make a double, and okay, I just wanted to see where I was filling this up to on the AeroPress. I don't know if that really helps at all. I don't know what's in focus and what's not. Oh, that's actually very legible. Look at that. It's almost as if this was sponsored by AeroPress. It's not, but wow, do I wish it was. Wow, would that be great. Hey, AeroPress, call me. I got a I got an offer from a tea company the other day, and it was just the shittiest looking website ever, and I was like, ooh. One, I already work with a coffee and tea company. Two, this does not appeal to me in the slightest. Was watching a video of someone making crumpets. Looks simple enough if you have the ring molds. I think I might actually have ring molds. I got them for when I was making biscuits one time. Lucid, how are you? Thank you for joining, for breaking with Zero Pit Productions, your guide to that special Christmas rock candy. Oh, I do not have trypophobia. I'm aware of trypophobia. I do not have it, though, so we'll be good on that sense. Which, if I did, I guess it would also be terrified of English muffins. Agnes, have a good one. Thank you for hopping in. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, I know it's a little later for you, so thank you for joining us this evening for you. Yeah, I'm just going to keep an eye on the water temperature. It's so weird doing just the back and forth because I'm so used to just being in front of the computer. I don't need to do other things. I don't need to move around the room. Like, this is very odd for me still. But since we're not really doing anything with this right now, this is just sitting here, I can switch back to the main cam. The Stream Deck app, I love it. I wouldn't need to use it outside of just the cooking streams, obviously, but I love having it. It's very convenient. I also thought I was going to have to pay for it, so not having to pay for it was also fantastic. Not having to pay anything for it was also great. I like not paying for things, you know? I'm going to fill my water, though, because I am a little thirsty. I'm just going to mute the mic for this because the ice dispenser gets a little loud. So, one sec. Yeah, I was just watching the waveforms of when the ice was coming down, and it was it was louder than me. So, good call in muting the mic for the ice. That was definitely the right decision there. Rennis, I have still, to this day, never, ever, ever watched Frozen. And I still don't really have all that much interest. I've mentioned this before, but when Frozen came out, I was in college, and I had friends who would just sing Let It Go all goddamn day. And any interest I would have had in the movie disappeared when people did not stop singing it badly every day. Oh, every day, every week for months. And I was like, there's no way I can watch this movie now. Which I also haven't seen a lot of animated movies, or I haven't seen a lot of specifically kids movies lately either. Although I was saying to Sarah I'd be really interested in watching Encanto. Like, that's one where I'm like, okay, I think I'd enjoy that. Okay, I would watch that. Let me check on the water again. Oh yeah, water's almost ready. Sweet. I heard you getting up. Yep. What do you mean, no, I didn't? I can't hear? I can't. That's fair. Okay, alright. Okay, goodbye.
Look at my nose penetrated.
Damn, baby, you could have just asked me.
My nose cervix stuff.
You could have just asked me.
Bleeding out.
Yep, Sarah's going to the doctor, to be clear. Sarah's sick.
So the flu test. I'm ready to have a flu test for the fall.
I never got the flu test. Okay. I don't think I ever got the original COVID test either. Only know Frozen from when I used to work at the portrait studio, and the little girl would always be obsessed with Elsie. Oh. Well, I have terrible hearing, and we both know it, so that's why she's always surprised when she doesn't manage to scare me, because, well, usually she was able to. I feel like she used to be able to scare me a lot more, but in living together for over 3 years now, go figure, I've caught on to her attempts. I do have a mask, actually. Give me one sec. Oh, the package from my dad's no longer coming today. Go figure.
On the 6th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 6 keys to lane, 5 golden rings, 4 golden birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. On the 7th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 7 swans of swimming,
Yeah, upstairs.
keys to lane, 5
I think in my bag or something. Oh, alright. Music's still going? Yeah, it is. Alright, let me see what's playing, because I don't even know what's on right now. But we're doing pretty good today, doing okay. Oh, we do have some Christmas music playing at the moment. Got it. Alright. So... the old 12 Days of Georgemas, man. That's the old lore. I don't know how old that would be. That was years ago now, though, where I would do 12 days of live streams in December, 12 days in a row of live streams. And some years it was for charity, other years it was just for fun, but haven't really done that much because, well, go figure, 12 days of streams in a row is a lot when you're also doing YouTube and whatnot too. Yeah, so up to the number 2 on the fill level. I'm not sure how well it really shows. A little bit more than the 2 level. Stir this around, let that all soak in. This is the upside down shot. This is the reverse pull method on the AeroPress. This way none of it drips out into your mug. This way it can all kind of steep a little bit more evenly. Bring back 12 Days of George, Miss Bella. I need to do more events in general. I do need to do more stream-related events in general, whether that means more cooking streams, more charity stuff, but... yeah. Not sure where I was going with that, aside from, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I would like to do more of for stream. Let me just check real quick, because I always forget what the proportions are for the dirty chai, like what the measurements are for this. So it's going to be a 1/4 cup of chai, 2 shots of espresso, 3/4 cup of milk. Okay. Measure out the milk, we'll just steam that real fast. And then I'll have my first coffee of the day at long last. So... 3/4 cup. And I don't have an espresso machine, I don't have a steamer one, so there's a couple ways that you can just steam milk at home for a latte, an espresso, anything like that. Easiest method is literally just throw that sucker in a microwave. And then you can either shake it, or in my case I do have a little frother wand, which I'll use that. My mom has, admittedly, an older frother wand, and she realizes that she needs to replace it because it barely, it barely spins. Because, for instance, so, I don't even know how well it would show on camera, but this is the frother one that I have, and this is not moving, and then that's when it spins. I don't know if that really shows up whatsoever at all. Okay, I feel like you can see it a little bit. But my mom's is so old that when it spins, it just kind of like wobbles side to side very slowly. It just kind of goes like whoop, 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 whoop. There you go, there's my wobble sound. So yeah, so a few different ways you can steam it. I'm just gonna be lazy and throw that in the microwave for... I'm gonna do around 45 seconds. I am behind. I'm very much behind. Listen, I started with making the marinade for the lamb for tonight, and I mean, I'm definitely going a little slower, but it's also good because it's probably just a better way to do it rather than kind of rush and try to do too much. Listen, with the cooking streams being as infrequent as they are, it's all a learning process. It's all just a matter of me figuring out what the best way to do any of this is. Let's get my Christmassy mug. Yeah, this is my Starbucks holiday mug from a few years ago. I really love the design. It's a little kind of abstract. It's got some kind of like stars in there and just... it's nice. Bella, having made the skooma before, having made the Elder Scrolls skooma, yeah. Even a sip, well, not a sip, but a glass of skooma is a lot. Also, I did let this kind of... I let the coffee steep a little longer than I necessarily needed to, but it'll be fine. that should be good on the milk. Quarter cup of chai concentrate. Quarter cup. It's a third of a cup. Quarter cup. So, originally I was making the lamb tonight because Sarah doesn't like lamb, and I was just gonna make something that she wouldn't eat tonight since she had work. Now that she doesn't have work, now that she's home sick, I'm debating if I should make the chicken and dumplings instead. But I guess it's also going to depend on how she feels, because she might not even be in the mood to really eat tonight. I don't know if she's really going to enjoy it tonight. Because she went to go see if she has the flu. She went to go get a flu test. Alright, so chai concentrate. Doppio, shot of espresso. Ooh, it smells excellent already. And then our milk. Alright. Dirty chai latte. Only took us 2.5 hours. The reel's mostly been kept away from the boxes under the tree. Oh, it's so comforting. And we were talking about it the other day because we were talking about the drop biscuits, the drop dumplings in stews and whatnot. Because I've so far only made chicken and dumplings with just cut up Pillsbury biscuits, Pillsbury grands, just because I'm not great with doughs necessarily. I'm still figuring out a lot of baking stuff, but I have a recipe to make, like to actually make the dumplings instead, and I wanted to try that. Love the smell of coffee, can't stand the taste. I get that though. There's a lot of people I know who are like that. I have always loved coffee, but my parents got me started young. Like, my parents let me start drinking a little bit of coffee when I was like 5 or 6. And that's kind of where it all started. Alright. Let me just see if I can get... Is that in frame? Not really. There you go. Dirty chai latte, and I now have my chai concentrate that I can have, so I can make more dirty chai lattes. But let's give that a taste. That's very good. That's very nice. It's... Yeah, because I'm not picking as much of the coffee up. I'm getting a little bit more of the chai right now, but it's very soothing. It's very warm. It's very comforting. I could have heated the milk up a little bit more, but that's still very nice. That's very nice. And this is good because my local coffee shop switched their chai supplier, and their new chai is not as good, so I don't need them anymore. Nicolette, well, good news is that I'm still going to be here for a while. Good news is I'm not going anywhere just yet. We got time. Which, let me go ahead and start pouring the chai concentrate into... I'll do that in mason jars. I think that's going to be the best way to store this. And we're going to need 2 for that, too. Yeah, and the chai's cooled down now as well. There's not necessarily a ton of chai left. Should I... I'll just finish this myself. Yeah, there's no reason to pour a second mason jar. I'll just make a chai latte. I'll just do sans coffee. I'll just have, you know, the chai latte. Why not? Why shouldn't I? Boom. Chai concentrate. Let's see how long that lasts. 12 hours of George, oh my god. Well, I have the 2 lavalier mics, and each one at full charge lasts around 6 hours, and since Sarah's not on stream, in theory, I could. Yep, 4:30 p.m. Eastern here. Yep, just hit 4:30. Right, put that mason jar back. And admittedly, I haven't really eaten much today, so I might even just do an early dinner too. Like, I might just make dinner a little earlier. We'll see. Oh god, Nicolette, I'm hand-delivering all of the emotes. That's how the sub works now. That's how Twitch works now. I have to go and I have to deliver the emotes to each person, which... That would be exhausting. I think I would lose my goddamn mind. Switch back to the main cam for that now. Okay, yeah. I'm really liking this chai. That's really growing on me now. Did a couple solids get through? Maybe. Looks like a couple solids might have gotten through. It's odd. I'll just filter that out real quick. Yeah, so I started with a I started with the marinade for the lamb for tonight, although admittedly I could always just make that tomorrow if anything. I made a from-scratch chai concentrate, which I then used in what was a really, really nice dirty chai latte, and now, just since I didn't want to fill out another mason jar, since I didn't want to just pour what was left into another mason jar and have a tiny amount there, I'm just going to go ahead and make another, make just the chai latte this time. Yeah, I like that. Because that's the thing, I was curious how I would like the chai concentrate versus just buying, you know, either loose leaf chai or even just buying a pre-made chai concentrate, but I'm really liking this one. Didn't take too long, didn't take too much work, really. If anything, it was just a matter of I did buy some nice quality spices, so I feel like it might even be slightly cheaper just to buy like a pre-made concentrate or buy a loose leaf. I feel like that's always one of the problems that I've run into in making certain things, is that sometimes it does feel like it's cheaper or just slightly more economical to buy like a made version. For instance, when we made the mead years ago, you know, that cost more to make 2 bottles of mead than it would have cost to just buy 2 bottles of mead, buying some of the equipment, buying a lot of honey. Which, granted, the idea is that you then don't have to buy the equipment every time, so it would be, you know, cheaper each and every time after that. Yeah, since I don't have a milk frother, I just threw the milk in the microwave, which, hey, it makes it hot, so it works. And that's the thing, yep, because the companies have access to wholesale prices for ingredients, and they're probably not using the exact same quality of spices that I am. Like, I went ahead and I bought, you know, like the fresh cardamom pods and the fresh cloves, and even just opening up each of these bags and getting a whiff of the aroma, it's like, okay, that's not what they're using to make, you know, the chai concentrate is, that's going to be cheaper than what I'm making here. So, you know, I used the nice, it's not going to be focused, is it? No. Like the Celion cinnamon quills, where they're massive, they're huge, and they're really nice quality. But it's not like I used all of the spices either. I could very easily make this chai concentrate another several times with the spices that I bought, so yeah. And that's why mine tastes better. The mead was okay. When we made the mead, you know, first time home brewing, and home brewing's tricky. Making your own alcohol at home is definitely an acquired skill. Ours wasn't bad, but you know, at that point, maybe I'll just go buy the bottle of mead. Okay. I got a little bit of a latte mustache, one sec. I feel like I do, at least. I don't know if I actually did. Yeah, I have never, ever, ever microwaved tea, or microwaved water for tea, or coffee. I know it's a thing, I have always used a kettle. I'm actually really looking forward to having more dirty chais at home now. Okay, just... I'm very happy with this decision. I'm very, very happy with this decision. I'm going to heat up some more milk. I'm going to do my chai latte, just chai. Need some more milk, admittedly. Is it really dangerous? That I didn't know. I just know that a lot of people do it, but I never really have. Okay, it can be. Yep, see, that I didn't know. What I haven't ever used, and I realized that it would probably just be easier. I realized it would probably just be much more convenient. I've never had, and I don't really know if I really have any interest in getting an electric kettle. Like, I'm fine with just having, like, a stovetop kettle, you know? I don't necessarily know if I need anything more than that. And I'm gonna milk go a little longer this time, too. But after that, I'll just start doing a little bit of cleaning, since we are accumulating a little bit of a mess in the sink now, too. Which Oh, yeah, hold on. Note to self, in the future, I'm definitely going to do more of the cooking streams, but I'm going to make sure that I can make Sarah co-host with me every time. Definitely easier with a co-host, but once again, I realize that I'm also being a little spoiled that I have that as an option because I know Maddie streams without a co-host, Bella does her cooking streams without a co-host. Unless you want to count the cat, but I don't think the cat has consented to being the co-host even, despite the many appearances. Ooh, Bella, do you wanna come over and do a cooking stream when you come up for the wedding? Or are you saying that Sarah and I should do a wedding cooking stream together? We bake our own wedding cake, which would be terrible because neither of us are bakers. That'd be a travesty waiting to happen. We would disappoint ourselves so hard. We'll be there Friday. Well, Friday's a little busy for us, so we shall see. Misho, because that's the thing. I feel like a lot of people I know have the electric kettle at this point. Is that hot? Yeah, it's not hot enough yet. Yeah, a lot of people I know are using electric kettles. I know for some people it's great because it actually saves them some space because they don't have like enough space on the stove if they're making a full dinner, but they still want to have like their tea or whatnot. Ugh, that whole week is gonna be, I don't know why I say ugh like it's an inconvenience. That whole week is gonna be so busy because yeah, Friday we have the rehearsal, then the rehearsal dinner. Saturday's the wedding. My parents were asking when they should come up, when they should leave, and I even said, well, please come up Thursday because we're gonna need you here for the rehearsal, you know, Friday afternoon. Sunday, they can leave whenever they want. Sunday, I was like, you can leave first thing in the morning, but oops, scroll a little bit. Yeah, it was a little full, so clean up here. But I even told my parents, it's like, well, if people wake up on Sunday, maybe we'll be doing a brunch with people. But that's assuming we wake up on Sunday, which that's a big if. Right? Imagine getting married. Simon, you'll appreciate this. I was telling Matt about it yesterday. I'm actually very pleasantly surprised at this. My mom is going to be coming up for the bridal shower, for Sarah's bridal shower. I wasn't really expecting it, but my dad decided that the best way for my mom, and technically him, to attend the bridal shower is my dad is going to drive back to New York from the house in North Carolina on Friday. He is then going to drive up here Saturday morning to get here in time for the bridal shower Saturday at 11:30 a.m. And then he's just gonna drive home after. This is a 4-hour drive, by the way, from him to us and from us back home. Like, just get a hotel. What the hell are you doing? My God, man. Simon, we're still waiting. We're still trying to see how many people are actually attending because essentially what's happening for Sarah's bridal shower is, you know, traditionally it's just the women. But the venue that we're going to, we have to pay for 30 people, whether 30 people show up or not, and we invited a total of 40. Which we've had one person decline so far. I think we've had one person officially decline. Well, Simon, yeah, but for you it's an hour drive versus my dad who's 4 hours each way. So into my sandwich, welcome on in. Merry Christmas Eve. We just made our second warm beverage of the day. Nate, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for joining in. Merry Christmas Eve to you. Hope you have a great time tomorrow. Simon, that's fair. The difference, though, is that my dad is in his mid-70s. Apparently, he just wants to drive. And Goku Zeto, keep in mind, this is going to be February. Like, it's going to be cold. It's going to be dark. I don't... whatever he wants to do, you know? But the one person who declined so far, the one person who did decline the bridal shower, very understandably so, is getting married the weekend before the bridal shower. I was like, yeah, I didn't necessarily expect you to come, but, you know, we wanted to invite you anyway. But, I've said it before, I've said it so many times, just our January, February is just stupid busy. Like, we're not going anywhere for the holidays right now, but next month, whew, I'll miss you guys. I really, really, really will. So into my search, do they still have the pimento jalapeno chicken sandwich? Because that thing's great. I had it there one time, and then I said, well, I'm just going to make this at home from now on. I love chicken sandwiches, though. Sarah's favorite, flat-out favorite fast food item is the Popeyes chicken sandwich. Oh, that's good. Okay, I think I like the just straight up chai latte more than the dirty chai. Oh, that's really good. Is that sacrilege for me to say? Like, am I allowed to say that? Holy shit. Oh, that's excellent. Oh, that's really, really, really good. I'm getting a little bit of a latte mustache right now, so just... Ooh. Oh. And Bella, that's the thing, because Sarah is going to be here 2 of the weekends that I'm gone. Granted, it's her few days off, so I don't know if she will wind up streaming. So into my sandwich, I was saying it's so weird. I don't think it's even the streaming that's, the standing that's weird to me. It's weird because I'm not just, you know, planted right in front of the camera anymore. I have to move around, I have to do other things, and it's odd to me. I will say, I'm curious how you guys feel about this dynamic of me looking more directly at the camera. What do you think? How do you feel about it? Because I'm using the Elgato prompter, and I'm going to be moving it onto my regular stream setup after today. Granted, I feel like I won't be staring into the camera as much for the regular streams. It'll more so just be that it'll be a lot easier for me to read chat just by like very quickly glancing up and then looking back at my screen. Mr. Mikado, that was the problem. So when I lived in New York, I didn't get a whole lot of fast food because while there were fast food chains, it wasn't the focus. It wasn't what you were just going to all the time. When I moved to the suburbs, I guess it's a higher concentration, I guess you could say. It's a higher concentration of fast food compared to other restaurants and whatnot. So I started eating more fast food when I moved, and I'm very self-conscious about my weight, my appearance, and all that. I put on maybe 20, 30 pounds. Like 25 pounds or so, after I moved here, and I was like, oh shit, alright. And I was still in an okay range, like I wasn't overweight yet, but I was like, this is not good. It wasn't immediate, yes, but I would say in the first year or so that I lived here, I put on 20 or so pounds, and I was like, ooh, alright. I saw a picture of me at a wedding, and I went, no. Sit down, I'm feeling abnormal. If I sit down, I then gotta adjust the, the prompter so that that's also sitting with me. Looking at chat will be good. One streamer friend does it. I'm really liking the prompter. I do need more light, yeah. Bella, that was the thing, because the last cooking stream was in the summer, so it was light until the end of stream. Now, not so much. If you give me 1 second, I might be able to adjust the brightness on this, so 1 sec. Yeah, listen, I realize that I'm not I'm not the best person to sit here and talk about weight because I was never even overweight. I was admittedly underweight most of my life. But I don't know, I get very self-conscious about it. The way I see it, everyone's always allowed to have their issues, I guess would be the best way to say it. Here, let me see something real quick. I'm gonna very quickly swap on the auto exposure and see how that looks. Oh, that does not look right at all. Sorry, no, I don't like that. One sec. I'm just trying to fool around with this. That looks worse. Did that get darker again? Alright, I shouldn't have touched anything at all. That's what I get. One sec. No, Bella, you're good. No, this is what I do. I mess with stuff when I shouldn't be
Another
messing with
seeker
stuff.
of emotes enters my realm.
Mr. Mikado, thank you so much for the 4-month sub. Oh, and that disappeared faster than I thought it would, but... Hold on 1 sec. Here, let me just read that real quick. Only 4 months, but been following since 2021. Been slacking. Time to pull my socks up. Merry Christmas. Really appreciate it. And thank you for the 4-month sub. Listen, every month matters. Every sub counts. As always, all subs get access to the emotes, the Discord, and of course, ad-free viewing, which I might actually need to take an ad break at some point because I haven't gotten up at... well, I've been up. I haven't taken a break. I haven't taken a bio break or anything like that at all. 1 sec.
Don't talk such rot.
Well, alright, it's true. I'm not actually giving you guys the emotes. I lied about that. 1 sec. Right? Gotta clean the lens. It's all fuzzy now, yeah. Let me... I quit the camera hub. Hold on. Yeah, I'm just fooling around with that real quick, but we should be good in a second. Because we have a light. I have all the lights that I possibly can on right now. It's just apparently not enough. Yeah, if I go into exposure, if I just kind of maybe like bump up the ISO a little bit. That might be a little too bright. Let me see how that looks. Yeah, I feel like it's just gonna be a little bit of a pain. Hold on. Yeah, I essentially just need... I need a light, is what it comes down to. And I don't really have any other lights I can put on right now, so... Oh, that's unfortunately just where we're at right now. Yeah, I'm just gonna adjust a couple of things real quick. Yeah, that puts that back in focus. Alright, I'm gonna stop breaking stuff for now. Might break more stuff later, but we shall see. Yeah, unfortunately I don't know if there's really much I can do with the light. Like, I don't know if there's too much I can do about that. I can try and see if that... Yeah, that makes it way, way worse. Bella, you think I got egg money right now? Come on. In this economy, get out of here. It's either eggs or kidneys, and I haven't sold mine yet, so, you know. I'm really liking that chai, by the way. I'm really happy I made the chai. I should have done this sooner. If anything, I'm really going to enjoy making this chai more often. I'm just taking a quick look in the fridge. Because one thing I had said before was I had thought about, instead of the lamb that I'm making tonight, I had also thought about making prime-ish rib. And I keep on calling it prime-ish because, you know, prime rib is usually, you know, 3-4 bones. It's usually wide. I bought one bone. So it's essentially the thickest ribeye steak in the world. And it's like, look at the size of this thing. Like, my God. I know it might not be as easy to gauge with it still in the packaging, but yeah. So that is for me later this week. That's gonna be for me a little later. But I'll need to make some room in the fridge to do like a brine and everything, a dry brine and everything. Oh. Yeah, we essentially got some time until we get started on the dinner. Bella, we'll have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. Merry Christmas. But you can say hi to hubby. He knows that we exist. I forget how much your children know about the existence of your internet friends. But you can say hi to hubby. If nothing else, he knows that we exist. Begrudgingly. I've still never had Yorkshire pudding, but we were talking about it the other day, and hearing what the recipe was and everything, I was like, oh, that's not too bad. I don't have a muffin tray, but I think that's the only thing I'd really be missing from making that. But while I don't have the ability to make Yorkshire pudding, what I would make alongside that is some nice roasted baby potatoes. I love this brand. This is the Little Potato Company. It's so cute. It's just little potatoes. So it's just baby, in this case, I bought the bag of baby Yukon Gold and baby red potatoes. And I thought, oh, I'll just, roast those, maybe throw that with a little duck fat or something. And it'll be a good addition to the big ass steak. I love doing roast potatoes. I love just doing those little baby roast potatoes. My parents did decide they're doing a Spanish-style pork shoulder for their Christmas dinner tomorrow. It's called pernil, P-E-R-N-I-L, and I had it a lot growing up because my godmother is Puerto Rican, and she would often make it for either family gatherings or Easter, Christmas, stuff like that. Yes, they also had that. They also had the red, white, and purple as well. I didn't get it this time because they only had it in like the 5-pound bags, and the problem is that we don't make the roasted potatoes all too often. So if we get the 2-pound bag or 3-pound bag, we'll go through it. If we get the 5-pound bag, it sits in there a little longer than it really should. So another time though, because we're only ever making dinner for the 2 of us, if anything. We're not making dinner for like a whole family right now, which I'd like to host more. I'd like to have people over more. What I'm probably going to do is I'll probably get started on the lamb on the main course around maybe 5:30 or 6. It's 5 p.m. now, so in the next half hour to hour, because the lamb, the rice, it should take around an hour or so, and I don't know if I really want to go super long today, so we'll hang out for a little bit with chat. And Nightbot's having a little bit of a seizure. Nightbot's working overtime, and I need Nightbot to calm down. Are you done, Nightbot? Are you finished for now? I hope you are. I'm hoping that it might calm down for a second. Oh, yeah. So note to self: I definitely want to get some sort of additional light for the next cooking stream, which the problem is I just don't know where I would even put a light, or what light I would even use. Well, we learn. We live, we learn, we drink more chai. That being said, I'm going to take a quick BRB just because I haven't had a break yet today, so I am just going to mute myself. I'm going to remember to do that. Mute myself, quick BRB, quick intermission. I will bump up the tunes for you guys, and I'll be back in just a second. I'll be back in just a minute. We will continue to hang out, chat, enjoy a lovely Christmas Eve. It's not snowing tomorrow, but we got a little bit of snow today. Alright, I'll see you guys in just a sec. The whole house just smells like nice, warm, toasty spices, and it's so lovely. It's great. Someone might say much. I get it. Once again, I have no interest myself in vaping, in anything like that, but it just feels like the new era, the new age of Dare. It's like our version of Dare. Wasn't it shown that like Dare had the adverse effect of like they tried way too hard and people just went, you know what, I'm gonna do drugs to spite you now. I think so, at least. Sorry, I was just monitoring the audio. I just wanted to make sure that the music was playing while I was away, so just wanted to lower that on my end. So, what I am going to do is I am going to finish up my chai latte, but I kind of want another hot beverage. So I'm gonna make myself some hot spiced cider. Which admittedly, unfortunately, I don't have everything. I don't have everything for the Elder Scrolls cookbook version, but I'm going to just make a riff on that anyway. What I will say is I really disliked that the last time that I was in New York, I was walking around and there were just teenagers, like high school teenagers vaping. And I'm just sitting here going, really? Is this where we're at now? Is this what kids do now? I'm wondering if it would look better if I stood. Okay. If I stand in front of this light, that works a lot better. I can still read chat. I can still read chat decently. Yeah. Okay. I just gotta stand behind this, and it's a little bright, but okay, that's a lot better. I do need to have a dedicated day where it's just Elder Scrolls cookbook recipes. I need a dedicated cooking stream that's just Dragon Age recipes, Witcher recipes, so there will be more cooking streams, themed cooking streams especially. Yeah, so hot spice cider. Cider, yeah, they want you to combine cider, coriander, juniper berry, and cinnamon stick. And I have cinnamon stick. I don't have juniper berry, or I have ground coriander, but that doesn't really help in this situation. Still, I can make a nice hot cider. Let me actually finish my chai first, but yeah, I'll do that. And while I don't have some of the spices in that specifically, I think I still have a thing of mulling spices around here. Let me check, let me see real fast. Oh, my little spice and seasoning cabinet over here, it's so packed right now. Yeah, I got a little bit of wine and cider mulling spices, and this has cinnamon, orange peel, whole star anise, lemon peel, allspice clove, really vanilla extract, and orange oil. Okay, I can kind of see that. Okay. Which I don't need a strict recipe for hot cider anyway, but I just kind of want to see what they recommended. I also don't really feel the need to add any sweetener to a good hot cider, like a good apple cider. I feel like on its own it's already sweet enough, but that probably varies person to person too. Yeah, it's sweet enough on its own, and I'm someone that I do have not a really big sweet tooth, but I do like some sweeter things. But I don't need apple cider to be sickeningly sweet. I don't need it to be just sugar. And granted, the recipe also says, oh, it doesn't have to be sugar, it can be honey or maple syrup, which I do like honey, I do like maple syrup. I don't know if I... No, I'm just gonna kind of do just the cider, but I will infuse it with the spices and everything, because that'll be good. Oh. I do know, though, that on Friday, when we see Sarah's parents, we will be having spiked hot chocolate. We'll be having hot chocolate with rum chata, which Sarah's mom's, maybe not goal, but if it's a vacation or it's a holiday, Sarah's mom is trying to get everyone to just have a good time, and usually that means she's trying to get us a little drunk. And I remember last year we did the hot chocolate with rum chata. We did a hot cider with, I want to say it was Crown Royal apple, and that was dangerous because you almost didn't taste the whiskey in that at all. I feel like everyone's going to be trying to get me drunk the next month or so, because Christmas with Sarah's mom. Try to get us drunk. Simon is endeavoring to get me drunk during my bachelor party weekend. I have another friend's bachelor party weekend the weekend after that. Like, my god. I do have to get a little bit closer, though, because I can't fully read chat from back there. Next single-player game for stream is... Oh, that's gonna be a little wild. Because, once again, with how much I'm traveling, with how much I'm out of town in January, I don't want to start another single-player game until after things settle down a little, which will be in February. I will be streaming as much as I can in January, but I am letting you guys know that there are going to be a couple weekends sans streams. So I'll be doing ESO, I'll be doing Traveler's Rest, I might do a little bit more No Man's Sky. Stuff that, you know, isn't really narrative, stuff where I can just kind of play it and have fun and make progress, but I'm not working towards an end. I could play a couple smaller games in that time too, but I wouldn't be starting like a new full single-player game until February. And at that point, I might just wait for Avowed, because I am actually really interested in Avowed. It's looking a lot better than the initial... The initial previews I saw didn't really wow me, but some of the more recent stuff has been much more interesting, so Avowed could be it. Kingdom Come Deliverance, I'm gonna wait because I'm really worried about the performance. Because seeing the system recommendations and whatnot, I'm just like, oh, it's gonna start a fire in my computer, and I know it. I remember how poorly optimized, or not even poorly optimized, but just how poorly one ran. And I'm like just under the recommended, like just under... I might actually be just under the required for CPU at least. I would actually love to go back to Minecraft at some point. I love Minecraft and I have not played it recently, but that would be fun. Oh, sorry. Mulled wine tomorrow. Today my roommate's family came over and, ooh, we had finger foods and they nearly finished the last of the onion ham pies that I made. I did get some stuff for, like not a full charcuterie board, but a small one. It's all we need, given that it's just myself and Sarah. So here, let me show you a couple things that I got. I already opened it because I just wanted to taste it. I got this nice salami. I think it's a bourbon bacon salami. It's very tasty. I got some Kerrygold. I don't know how well it's going to show up. I got some Kerrygold Reserve Cheddar. I'm a sucker for the Three Little Pigs mousse, so I got one of those for myself. And... never had this before, but it sounded good. It's a Dutch cheese with a Parmesan flavor, and yeah. I like cheese. I like Parmesan flavor. I like the Dutch. They never steered me wrong, so why not? So we'll be having a nice little charcuterie board of sorts. Oh, yeah. So like I said, Thursday, I'm still not sure about stream. This Thursday, day after Christmas, it can go either way right now. It's like a 50-50 stream, no stream right now. And I'm just saying that knowing that, looking at my video schedule, looking at the time that I'm going to be away of, ooh, what's going to happen? We'll see. I probably won't know until Thursday morning. I'm also just sitting here kind of... I'm hoping that I don't catch what Sarah has right now. A lot of the times I don't. A lot of the times Sarah will get sick and I'll feel like, ooh, I feel something in my throat for one day, and then I'm fine, and she's sitting there just dying. So, we'll see. Just a reminder that the recipe for both the chai concentrate and the lamb that I'm making tonight, I will be putting these recipes up on the Patreon as free posts, because you can put posts on Patreon that are available to everyone. And with the recipes, I don't feel right putting those behind a paywall. If anything, that's something that I really, really dislike in general, is paywalled recipes. I realize the irony as I hold a cookbook, which is quite literally a book of paywalled recipes, but on the internet, just, I don't know, I don't like it. Sarah has a tendency to get sick around the holidays though, so this isn't even anything new for her necessarily. This is kind of standard for her necessarily, but yeah, she's at the doctor right now. They did confirm that she doesn't have strep, so that's good. She's getting a flu test, a COVID test. But even yesterday, she already felt something coming on, so. It's funny because now she's going to be home for Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. But she was really looking forward to that holiday pay. She was really looking forward to that time and a half, you know? But it's also good that she gets these tests because we were going to see her parents on Friday, and she wouldn't want to go over if she was sick with something. Anyway, no, I was just holding the Elder Scrolls cookbook. I would never make a cookbook. I'm fine with publishing, you know, recipes here and there online, but almost all the recipes that I make are derived from somewhere else, even if I've adjusted the method or the ingredients or anything like that, but no. Like, I've never developed a recipe from scratch, you know? But that's the other thing. A lot of cooking is inspiration. A lot of cooking is, oh, I learned this from this place. I got this recipe from this person and I adjusted it, but listen, I'm a maybe average home chef. I'm an average home cook. Chef is a whole other ballpark, is a whole other field. I'm just gonna move my chai concentrate down below. Yeah, the only thing that I didn't get to add to the chai concentrate that I would have liked to had was fresh ginger, but honestly, even without the ginger, it still tastes really good. If you can get fresh ginger, I would say add that. Maybe some orange peel too, but even just as it is, it's very, very tasty. You're the cook at home, you're the home chef, if only literally, yeah. I just always overthink it because I know that chef is, you know, is a title. Sally, I hope you're doing well today. Merry Christmas Eve. You know, I didn't think it was weird before standing on stream, but I am now, like, getting a little in my head about the fact that I'm standing so much on stream. Alright, hot cider time. Let's get a mug. Let's do this mug. Half gallon, 100% juice. Best by January 30th. It's bold of you to assume that apple cider can last that long in this household. I got news for you, it can't. I'm the only one who drinks it, and come on. Come on. One thing I'd also like to add is that right now, I'm not really planning anything special for a New Year's Eve stream. I will be live on New Year's Eve, but I don't plan on it being like a whole event or anything. Unless, you know, in the next few days I decide to change my mind on that. But right now I'm just expecting it to be, it'll be fun, we'll have a nice time, we'll hang out, it'll just be nice and chill, but I'm not expecting to do anything crazy. Last year I did a 12-hour Christmas Eve stream. I'm not doing that this year. The year before that, I want to say, I did a 12-hour New Year's Eve stream. I called it Noon Till New Year's. Not doing that this year. Alright, so apple cider, and what am I thinking for spices? Yeah, I'm gonna take some of these mulling spices. I haven't tossed that in. Pro tip in cooking, do not mix white pepper with beans and tomato sauce. Well, now I want to know why. I admittedly don't use white pepper in everything. I use white pepper in a lot of more cream-based sauces, because then you don't see the flecks of black pepper. It gets disgusting. I believe you. Had to throw away the whole pot. Oh, that's always the worst. I hate wasting food, but if something's inedible, then come on. Don't torture yourself, you know? Oh, another crowd control? Someone to my sandwich? I am not going to rule it out. Let's put it that way. The only thing is I do like to space out crowd control stuff just because this is going to sound like such an odd thing to say. I think crowd control is a lot of fun, but I also know that it can get expensive for people. And I don't like having a lot of monetized events on stream. There's the channel points, and I try to open it up to channel points as much as I can, literally as much as they let you, but I don't know. I'm very weird about monetizing the streams. I'm very weird about having things that cost money. Because I had talked about maybe starting to do the 3-minute ad breaks. I had talked about starting to do the 3-minute ad breaks every hour in the new year, but I'm not even going to do that in January because, once again, I'm just not here a lot in January, so it just wouldn't be fair to me. I'm not going to do the 3-minute ads every hour until like April at this rate, when I'm actually here more. Scarlet, that's the other thing. Yeah, Micho, yep. People lost their channel points in the great crowd control blitz of literally just a couple weeks ago. Less than 2 weeks ago even. That was 2 Saturdays ago. Medium low heat, 10 to 15 minutes, never letting it boil. Okay. Yeah, just making a quick hot cider, because why the hell not? 10-15 minutes, never boil. Easy enough. Still trying to rack up the points again, yep. Didn't lose anything, I spent that shit. And that's the other thing, once again, I continue to recognize that I am so privileged to be able to do what I do full-time, YouTube, Twitch, etc. But I love that the content is almost all free. I love that, you know, videos are free. Yes, I'm now doing the early access for YouTube members. I'll be starting that for Patreon, but you're not missing videos if you're not a Patreon member, a YouTube member, and so on. I love that, you know, the streams are free. Yes, there's the emotes, yes, there's the Discord, but the streams themselves are free, and crowd control, I love it. It's a lot of fun. It's chaos, and it's fun because it's not just, hey, here's Skyrim again after 13 years. It's now Skyrim where you guys get to be a part of it, but I don't want like too many events where it feels like these events just cost people money. But yeah. Crowd control, I'm gonna say not New Year's. I'm gonna say not New Year's Eve, but we'll do another Skyrim crowd control. I'll say maybe around the wedding or something, maybe sometime around the wedding in March. How about that? Hopefully there's enough time for people to gain their channel points back between now and then. Let me just set a timer for the hot cider. I'm just drinking all the hot drinks today. Listen, it's cold out and I like hot drinks. What can I say? Someone to my sandwich telling me about it. Christmas snuck up and it still doesn't feel like Christmas Eve to me. It still doesn't feel like it's here. And now, before you know it, New Year's Eve is going to be here. It's going to be 2025, and I don't like saying that, frankly. I really don't like saying that. Ooh, I had not thought about anything in New Vegas in particular, but that could be fun. I had also talked about how, for crowd control, I would like to do some other games in crowd control, because I was looking through the list of games, and Sims 4 was on there, and Sims 4 with crowd control sounds like it would be more chaotic than Skyrim. Scarlet Llama and I had talked about Baldur's Gate 3 with crowd control because he really enjoyed that and he wants me to do co-op with him. I want to do co-op with him. So that was another possibility. The possibilities are endless. There's a lot of really good stuff on crowd control now. Let me just put the cookbook down. I'll be right back. And I'm just stepping in front of the light for a second because I can see a little bit back there, but I can't see like perfectly in chat back there. Wait a second, I forgot that Red Dead had crowd control. Ooh. That's a good point. Llama was telling me that crowd control also has an option for charity streams. I want to look into that because I would very happily shill crowd control if it meant that I was doing it for charity. I would feel way more comfortable, being like, hey guys, well, make sure you spend this money on crowd control if it was for charity. Because I won't shill for myself, but I'll shill charity stuff when I can, and that can be really fun. Sorry, ideas are coming to mind about charity, crowd control, Wes Johnson. So, it's a possibility. GTA is another one. Yeah, I gotta look through the list again. I saw Project Zomboid was on there. I bought Project Zomboid years ago with the plans to play it. I still haven't. Krob also just bought me Balatro. I think Balatro is also on crowd control already. Possibilities are endless. And listen, 2024 was a pretty good year for streams. I am pretty happy with the growth that I had, with what we all did in the community. I'm hoping 2025 is as good or better. YouTube was good, but I do want next year to be better. YouTube this year was decent, and if anything, I probably did really well compared to a lot of people because a lot of my friends talked about how this was a really bad year for YouTube for them, that they either got hammered by the algorithm or there just was less interesting gaming stuff in general. So I feel like overall I did okay on YouTube, but I do know kind of what I want to improve in the next year. And I already have a few videos in mind that I'm writing scripts for and whatnot. I have one video that I want to try and get out by the end of the year. The problem is that I've had to go back and rewrite parts of the script multiple times. I talked about it on stream before. I wanted to do a year in review of Skyrim's paid creations, because Skyrim's paid creations launched last December now. The problem is that every time I'm ready to record the voiceover for it, another paid creation comes out that's absolutely terrible. That's happened like 4 times now. And the script keeps getting longer and longer and longer. But here's the thing. I don't think Bethesda's going to put anything new on creations between now and New Year's because everyone's on vacation. So now I should be safe to record voiceover. Now I should be okay to record it, but ooh, we'll see. I feel so much more animated when I'm standing. Like, is that coming across on the stream at all? Like, is that apparent to you guys at all? Product Zombie just got a major update. Metaphor, I would be really curious to see. Originally, tomorrow was going to be a work day, and that sounds like the most boring way to put it. Originally, tomorrow was going to be just a full recording day for me. Recording, editing, and so on. I'm leaning towards just taking more of the day for me. I might record a little bit because I'm really enjoying the Morrowind mod that I'm recording right now, but I might just take more of the day to me. I want to play Indiana Jones, I want to catch up on YouTube videos, I want to sleep in. Now that Sarah's off tomorrow, I'll probably make the chicken and dumplings for her tomorrow. Yeah, and so obviously, you know, I'm gonna let you guys kind of make the call on this. If I take tomorrow off, that then means there's a much higher chance that I won't be able to stream Thursday. Is that still okay with you guys? Okay. I'm weird, I hate missing streams. I get so in my head about it, and even with holidays and whatnot, just, you know, I don't know, I'm always weird about it. Alright, so, you guys, you might have convinced me. Like I said, I feel like I'm very lucky to be in the situation that I'm in, and I love what I do. Like, I have very few times where I sit here annoyed by what I do. And usually if I'm annoyed by what I do, it's less so the actual process of recording, editing, and streaming, and it's more so about the business side of it. Like, oh, now I'm dealing with this contract or this person and whatnot, but the actual content part of what I do, recording, streaming, editing, that's the stuff that I still love, and that's why it's so weird for me to even just kind of say like, oh, we're taking this day off from it. Alright, you guys have convinced me. I will mostly take tomorrow. But the reason I say mostly is literally just because I want to play that Morrowind mod. So yes, I would be recording, but even right now I just want to play that Morrowind mod more. Hold on one second. Did I lock her out? No, I didn't.
I think he would open the door.
Santa! How are you? Did you test positive for anything? That's good.
I don't want to have me out of work tomorrow, so.
I figured. Can I get you anything? Well, good news, she did not test positive for strep, COVID, or the flu. I didn't even know there was a flu test until now.
Yes.
That makes sense, but I never thought about it. So someone to my sandwich on Sunday, the first release of Project Cyrodiil released for Morrowind, and in its current state, it adds the city of Anvil. It has the city of Anvil and the surrounding region. I have spent 5 hours in that mod, and I am just enraptured by it. I love it. I am having the most fun ever with this right now. So literally, if I record that tomorrow, it's literally just because I want to, because I just want to play it. But it's going to be a fully scripted video anyway, so when I say recording, it's not like I'm doing the live commentary. I'm just hitting record and playing it. But it's great. Anvil feels reminiscent of the Anvil that we know in Oblivion, but it's huge. It's massive. I spent maybe 2 or 3 hours playing the mod, and I hadn't even left the city yet. I gambled. There's a mini game. There's like a physical tavern mini game you can play in the mod. I joined a fighter's pit, where the fighter's pit is your way of kind of like putting on a play. Like it's insane. It's incredible. I'm loving it, and it's putting me in such a Morrowind mood now too. So that's a video that I'm working on right now, and I'm hoping to get that out either this week or next. Probably next week, just because I kind of want to go a little bit more in depth with that video now, but it's good. It's very, very good, and I was trying to convince Llama to play it too. So I'm gonna just turn up the heat a little bit, because this is... I think it's gonna need a little bit more time. It said medium-low heat for 15 minutes. It's been 12 minutes, and... Okay, I'm seeing like a little bit of steam come off of it, but I'm gonna let that go for maybe another 5-10 minutes. Oh, but I really want to play more Indiana Jones, because I've only played for maybe 5 hours now, but that game is so fun. I wish it had released a little earlier in the year, because the problem is it wasn't up for any... and, you know, I'm not the biggest fan of the Game Awards in particular, but it wasn't up for the Game Awards because it came out after that cutoff point. But it's really good. It's really, really fun. And that's just my kind of... That's my downtime game right now. That's my for fun game right now. Yeah, I'm really trying to actually make a dent in my backlog too. I'm finally trying to make a little bit of a dent in my gaming backlog. So Last of Us, I got through. Indiana Jones, I really want to play Stalker 2. They're putting out more and more updates for that. I'm trying to think of narrative games that I still need to play after that. I eventually have to go and play Horizon Forbidden West. I feel like I'm forgetting some. I feel like there's definitely more that I'm just kind of forgetting about right now. Oh, I told Llama that I was gonna go back to Dark Souls 3 at some point. Yeah. That's a little bit more on the back burner. That's one of those things where I feel like I need to be in the mood for that specifically compared to some of the others. So into my sandwich, I would love to hear what you think about it, because I remember really liking the story for Horizon, but the combat never clicked for me. I don't know if I just didn't upgrade my weapons enough, or I don't know if I just didn't play it well, but I liked the story, I liked the characters. I remember the combat was not necessarily my favorite. Oh, Dargan, I loved Astrobot. That was so much fun for me. There was something so nostalgic about Astrobot, because it reminded me of, you know, like more old school platforming games, and I love that it won Game of the Year, because at the end of the day, you know, games are entertainment. Games should be fun. And I think Astrobot shows us like, hey, we can have a game that's, not supposed to be this AAA 100-hour story that makes you cry. Sometimes it can just be this fun little dude that's jumping on stuff and, is essentially just kind of like a PlayStation ad. But I loved Astrobot. I don't know if it's my game of the year, but it's up there. It's really, really up there. I was so glad that I paid for it. I got my money's worth, easily. Yeah, Clips, I think that's what it was. I wanted to explore a little more, but I didn't want as much fighting. I think that might be one of the reasons that I liked Last of Us Part 2 so much, is because it was half exploration. Like, you weren't always fighting, and I think the way that they kind of spaced out the encounters worked really well for the game. Very different type of game, mind you, very different type of apocalypse, but still, I think that's kind of the best way that I would describe it. I liked that Last of Us felt more tense because you weren't always fighting. Because you were instead worried of like, oh god, when am I going to have to fight next? I am excited for Season 2 of Last of Us. Yeah, Astrobot, I adored it. Astrobot, I had so much fun with it, and one thing that I loved was, you had the director of the game go on stage and talk about, how Nintendo inspired him and all that, which, that's what I like to see. That's what I love to hear. Because then in contrast, you had the very, very sore loser, the CEO for the company that made Black Myth Wukong, where he was like, oh, well, I wrote my acceptance speech 2 years ago, and this is what's wrong with gaming, and this is why we're great, and brr, 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 brr. It's like, man, all you had to do was shut up, and you couldn't even do that properly. Anyone who writes their acceptance speech 2 years in advance is like, okay, alright. Yeah, this is smelling really good. It was a whole thing, so much of my sandwich. Yeah, he ranted on social media about like them not winning, about how their game was proof of the strength of like the Chinese workforce, or like the Chinese kind of like work mentality. It was so weird. King, Merry Christmas, hope you're doing well, dude. Oh. I also saw that apparently at the Game Awards, when Astrobot won Game of the Year, some of the devs for Black Myth Wukong started crying. Like, in their seats. They were crying of like, oh, we didn't win, which... Black Myth Wukong won like 3 awards. Like, no, it didn't get Game of the Year, but you as a brand new studio with your first game ever won 3 awards, including Player's Voice. That's incredible. Like, take the wins that you got, because clearly you did something right. Clearly you did something that resonated with people. The one thing I will say, because I did read the story for Black Myth Wukong, it was weird because the whole premise was that it was supposed to be based on, the Monkey King, which is an old series of Chinese fables. And, well, it wasn't exactly a... I don't know how best to describe it. It wasn't necessarily a true retelling of those fables. It was more along the lines of how God of War is a very loose interpretation of Norse mythology, the new God of Wars are. Which, I love the new God of War, so maybe, being a little bit of a hypocrite here, but since we don't have a whole lot of games that really delve into Chinese mythology, I would have liked maybe a little bit more of a... maybe not one-to-one, but I would have liked maybe a more accurate telling of the Monkey King. And I say that because, as a kid, I was in a play for the Monkey King, and I remember reading some of those stories growing up, so, you know. Jimmy, welcome on in. Thank you. Merry Christmas Eve to you. And Jimmy, congrats on Twitch, partner. Just in time for the holidays, Twitch new. Once again, dude, congrats, because you've been doing so well on Twitch, too. You've been doing so great lately, man. Any fun plans? Anything that you're up to for the holiday season? Yeah, Rennis, and like I said, I love God of War 2018 and Ragnarok, and those are far from faithful, so I realize there's like some slight irony in me saying that still, but could have been really cool to see maybe something a little bit more in line, but at the very least, I know that Black Myth Wukong still got people interested in that mythology in general, so that's already a step in the right direction. That's already really good to see. Yeah, I'm gonna give this another minute, but then that should be done. Gathering with my family later tonight to open gifts and enjoy family dinner. Sounds like a good time. I'm really glad to hear that, dude. I still haven't played Uncharted. Ooh. Okay, that's one that I gotta do. That's one that I do need to finally play. That's what I was missing. I was trying to think of my backlog and what I haven't played and what I need to play. Uncharted. I've not played a single one of those games. Okay. That's on the list. That is up there. Thank you. I think I have PlayStation Plus until April or so, and I don't know if I'm going to renew it. So I got from now till April to play, 4 Uncharted games, I think? Oh, Helsing Fangirl, Merry Christmas Eve, how are you? Welcome on in. I feel so weird looking away from the camera, but I'm just keeping an eye on the cider. It's gonna be a little easier if I just strain this into a measuring cup instead of directly into the glass, so just be another thing to clean, but that's fine. I wanted another hot beverage, so I just made myself some nice spiced hot cider. Listen, this is my 3rd hot drink on stream today. Not sure if it's my final one. Maybe I'll make some tea later, but ooh, that's gonna be good. I'm probably gonna get started on the dinner real soon, just because it's almost 6 and it's gonna take maybe an hour or so to make. Yeah, 1 sec. Lamb's been marinating for around 3 hours, give or take, which I mentioned it at the beginning, but you don't really need to let it marinate at all. You could just toss it with that kind of like spice and herb rub and cook it immediately, but you know, it's even better if you let it sit, whether it's for an hour, 2 hours, you could let it go overnight. Depends on, you know, what time and space in the fridge you have in the end. Got many good gifts today. Oh, I got really lucky. I had ordered Sarah's Christmas presents, and I was worried because I didn't think one of them was going to get here in time. Because when I ordered it, they said, oh, well, it could be there on the 24th, or it could be there on the 27th. And let's be real, 99% of the time, if they say, oh, it could be here day 1 or day 3, it's almost always day 3, and you know, factor in the holiday season too, and I had no expectations that I was going to get here on the 24th on Christmas Eve. This morning I got an email that said, hey, your package has been delivered, and I went, oh, Christmas Eve miracle. No complaints. So fortunately her 2 gifts came in. Originally we hadn't planned on doing any gifts for each other this year, and then she got 2 small things for me, and I said, well, alright, I got you. 1 second, I'm just washing some stuff out, but I can probably empty out the drying rack too while I'm at it. Just to repeat myself once again, the recipes for today: the chai concentrate, the lamb and the seasoned rice. I will be putting those recipes up on the Patreon for free, so everyone will be able to access them. I don't think you need to be a free member to access the free posts. I think you can just read them even if you're not logged into Patreon at all. Unless they change it, because Patreon changes stuff every other day at this rate, and it's exhausting. But I don't feel right charging for recipes, because so many of my recipes are either family recipes or derived from other places, copycat recipes and stuff like that, so... You know, make food available to everyone. Make these recipes available to everyone. I'm just gonna do a little bit of cleaning right over here, which, let me just pull up chat on my phone while I'm at it. That way, even when I'm not looking at the camera, I can still see what's going on here. My dad sent Sarah and I kind of like a holiday gift bundle thing. He does it every year. He will make kind of like this big holiday Christmas like care packages and send it to people. So he'll send it to me, he'll send it to my sister, to my aunt, his sister, and it's almost always exclusively Trader Joe's stuff, which, you know, I have no complaints about that. But it's even more of a treat for my aunt, because my aunt has not a single Trader Joe's near her at all. So she gets the largest of the care packages, because it then has to last her for a while. One of her favorites is the everything but the bagel seasoning. So it's literally just all of the dried herbs and stuff that go onto an everything bagel, but in a like a shaker form, just in a like a spice blend. And she loves that, because she'll just buy plain bagels at the grocery store, cream cheese, and then sprinkle that onto the cream cheese. And she's like, yeah. She's like, well, it's not the same as being back in New York, but it's as close as it gets when you're 800 miles away. Denise, how you doing today? Merry Christmas Eve. It feels so weird not looking at the camera when I say this stuff. I'm like, yeah, Merry Christmas. I feel like I'm so much more animated when I'm not sitting down. I feel like now that I'm standing and moving around, I'm just so much more. Hey, look at me, Mr. Streamer Man over here. Winifred Willow, how are you? Merry Christmas Eve. I feel like I'm saying that a lot, but what am I gonna do? Not say Merry Christmas to people? Oh, the thing I dislike about secret recipes is, yeah, it can have allergies or allergens that people aren't aware of. Yeah, if you're allergic to mint, if you have mint hidden in your recipe, it can be pretty bad. I agree. And once again, food safety is very important. It's very important to make sure that, you know, you're not going to poison someone, you're not going to kill someone. Because you know what makes for a really terrible Christmas Eve? Someone dropping dead in your kitchen. Or so I've heard. I cannot say if such a thing would have ever happened to me. Oh, I'm still in frame, aren't I? I can see top of my head here. Hello. Alright, just clean it up a little bit more. So what I'm gonna do in just a sec is I'm gonna start preheating the oven. I'm gonna get our lamb ready. Once the lamb goes in the oven, then I'll start prepping the rice, because the rice should only take about 40-45 minutes. Which, the rice cooker will keep the rice warm, but I like to have the rice done as close as possible to when the meat comes out. Because yes, it stays warm, but it doesn't stay hot. Denise, thank you for the lurk. Flips, I've still not seen Knives Out, which, granted, I could say that about 99% of movies and still be accurate, because I just don't watch movies ever. And while the rice goes, I'll also be making... I'm just gonna throw these in the dishwasher as well, just for good measure. While the rice is going, I'll also be making 2 sauces. I'll be making a nice, light lemon tahini sauce, and I'll be making a not so nice, not so light killer hot sauce. So it's a nice contrast, you know? And, you know, when I do post the recipe on the Patreon and everything, I do the chef thing of, hey, well, here's the story behind this recipe. Except in my case, I actually have, you know, a story to tell about the recipe. It's not just me padding for page time. Oh, listen, I am a spice fiend. I love spice. I really, really do. And the hot sauce that they give you for the dish like this, oh, it's always a killer too. If you're congested, you're never gonna be congested again, trust me. Okay, so let me just flip this over because I have all my instructions written down. My dad and I share a first and last name, and my dad gave me these old desk pads that he had. So it says, like, oh, from the desk of George Helinsky. And I am almost out of these. I know I can order more. I know I could just get more, but it feels so weird because I remember having almost a box of these at one point, and now I've just written down so many notes and recipes and all this that it's almost gone. I would order more for myself, though. I would definitely order more, because there's something about just having, I don't know, my name on my desk when I'm like, ooh, fancy man. Alright. We are going to preheat the oven to 325. Yeah, because this is going to go in at a 325 oven. I'm going to put a probe thermometer in, and I want it to cook till around 120, 125. At that point, I'm going to pull it, let it rest for a little bit. I'm going to crank the oven to around 500, and then throw it in for another 10-15 minutes, just because that way I can get a little bit more of a crust on the exterior, so you get that little bit of a, you know, contrast in terms of texture. But lamb, you can cook... Even lamb at medium is still really, really good, and that's around 140, I want to say. Like, you don't really want it rare for this preparation, so that's the kind of thing to keep in mind. Rare is not necessarily the best form factor for this kind of dish. You want it closer to medium. Maybe not medium well, but medium at least. I'm just going to do foil, and I'm also going to do a layer of parchment paper too, just because it's going to make cleanup extra easy. Winifred, I will buy extra, or I'll buy another, even when I know I still have some left, because I go through it pretty quickly. I go through it pretty often. Because we'll use it in the air fryer. I know they say it's like, oh, well, don't use that in the air fryer because it restricts airflow, but it, once again, makes cleanup so much easier, and a lot of times, I'm going for ease. Parchment paper. And then a rack over that. Wire rack over that. Yeah, less cleanup I gotta do, the better. And this is gonna be to catch drippings, but I'm also going to put a little bit of water, because otherwise, you know, the drippings just start to burn, which is not good. So oven, I'm going to start preheating that to 325. What I will say is that I've been very happy with the Amazon one. Amazon Basics at this point could make up the vast majority of what I buy, or at least a lot of what I buy in stores could be replaced with Amazon Basics and their versions. So the Amazon Basics for aluminum foil is really good. We're using their trash bags, and those are great. The Amazon Basic trash bags, it's the biggest box of trash bags. We never have to buy trash bags with any frequency because of how many they give you. I think they give you 200 or something like that. Is it 200? It is exactly 200. It's 200 13-gallon drawstring trash bags. Yeah. Yeah, we're set on trash bags. I'll put this on the rack once that preheats. I can just leave it in there to marinate a little bit longer. My dad is actually trying to cut back significantly on how much aluminum foil he uses. He uses a lot more parchment paper nowadays, I know. Cider's still hot. Like, I kind of stepped away from it. I poured it, stepped away from it. It's still hot. Ooh. Still very warm. That's nice. It's very good. Amazon Basics Mice and Keyboard, perfect for my small hands, cheap enough to replace when I inevitably destroy them. So, the, wow, I'm forgetting words right now. Cider went to my head. The tripod that I'm using right now for the prompter, this is the Amazon Basics tripod. It was 20 bucks. I bought it maybe almost 10 years ago, if not more than 10 years ago. Why do you need to spend more than 20 bucks on a tripod? I don't, at least. I'm not doing anything crazy. Gabrid, welcome on in. Good morning. Merry Christmas. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, this tripod's great. Yeah. Love it. Food's coming along. Admittedly, I technically didn't make any food yet. But we're about to put the lamb in. We're preheating the oven, and then we're going to throw the lamb in, and that's going to start cooking. Lamb shawarma and seasoned rice. Haven't gone over the rice recipe yet, but we will get into that as soon as this goes in the oven. Because the rice is going to be seasoned with cumin, turmeric, cinnamon, sugar, salt, and pepper. And you're probably thinking, cinnamon, it's very nice. It works very, very well. Let me get my measuring stuff, yeah. I keep turning my phone off. I need to stop doing that. I'm doing it out of habit. I need to remember not to do that because I keep on putting chat up on there. Ooh, homemade eggnog. Recipe from the 18th century. Got my witch's cauldron out. Oh, I love that. I don't have anything that looks that cool at all. Cumin, turmeric, and cinnamon. It's okay. I think we had something like that earlier. When I said cumin earlier, someone thought that I was like, oh, you know, we're adding a half tablespoon of cumin. You want the taste, but you don't want a lot. Humans very overpowering. Have you spent time with people? They are very overpowering. I will say I'm not used to being on my feet this much. I know retail employees do it all day, but me, I'm a little spoiled boy. I get it, my mom was retail for her entire life, and like she was just always miserable with it too. And she had to wear heels, so, you know, even worse. I'm also just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna grab the rice cooker from behind the laptop. So give me 1 second. Because I will need to put the rice cooker down here. I run out of space in this kitchen, is the problem. I really run out of space here. Alright. I'm gonna put this on the floor for now. Oh, I've been off work for 5 days. I don't think I've stood for more than 10 minutes at a time since. To be fair, I don't know if I stand more than 10 minutes at a time in my day-to-day, like in an average day. Yeah, I'll just get the other stuff later. I don't want to take out the rice and do all that just yet. But we're going to be making 2 cups of rice. Yeah, 2 cups of rice, 2 pounds of meat. That sounds like a good mix. Anytime I make any sort of rice dish, I wind up wanting more and more rice. When my mom makes paella, my favorite thing is the rice infused with all those like fats and juices and flavors and all that. And yeah, I still want the chorizo, I still want the shrimp, but I want like a 2-to-1 ratio of rice to stuff. Thank you for the stretch. I gotta make sure not to whack this light, because I've actually done that many times before, where I'll be in the kitchen and I'll be moving around, I'll be dancing, and I just bam, and never broken anything. But yeah, thank you for the posture check. You want less rice? Oh no, I love rice. I really do. Which is funny because as a kid, I thought rice was the most boring thing ever, and now I have such an appreciation for it. Like, I buy the 10-pound bags of rice, and... Ooh, when did I buy this? That's a good question. I love rice. I have another recipe that I need to post on the Patreon as well about my kind of like favorite white rice from when I was growing up, because I found white rice to be boring a lot of the time, except for when my dad made this like Chinese one. What made it Chinese was the fact that it was infused with all these different meats. So it would be Chinese pork sausage, Chinese duck liver sausage, and Chinese bacon. And I'm just going to use the tongs to get this onto the rack. We are going to be doing fat side up, the fat cap facing up. I'm just making sure that's spread out. Smells great. Chinese food, I need more rice? Yeah, I think that's part of it too for me. That's just what I grew up with, it's what I'm used to. So... I'm gonna set my probe thermometer Do alarm set. I want to set that for... I want to set that for 125? Yeah, I'm going to set that for 125. Mux, we're about to actually start on the lamb. I'm just going to insert this into my lamb. I have named him lovingly. Well, we named the marinade llama. So clearly we shall name the actual lamb. We're going to name him Gale. Llama's a Gale man, right? Yeah, Llama's a Gale man. The fact that I even have to ask. Fake friend, you know. And in you go. That should be around the thickest part. Alright. For my gloves. I knew he wasn't a Will man. No one's a Will man. And I know he likes Astarion, but I think Gale was his first Baldur's Gate love. And you never forget your first. Sometimes you want to, but you don't. Alright. 320F oven, or 325F oven. And that goes for approximately 40 to 50 minutes, but we're also going to check on the temp. Oh god, Gale Bedeker, oh. Fun fact, Llama has never, ever finished Breaking Bad, which I get, it's not for everyone. I love Breaking Bad. I maintain that I like Better Call Saul a little more. Better Call Saul, I think has the benefit of... It has the benefit of it came out a little later, so they learned a lot more. I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. I think Breaking Bad is more of a classic, but Better Call Saul I could rewatch more easily. Alright, so we're gonna get started on our rice. For that... Hold on, I'm actually gonna bring that over here. So we're going to start by adding 2 tablespoons of olive oil. Well, actually, let me do the spices first, and I'll add the olive oil after. The other reason I was looking forward to doing this as the stream food for today, as the one for the cooking stream, is I have made this before, and it's definitely easier to, you know, make something on stream that I have made previously. Whereas the prime-ish rib, as I call it, I've eaten plenty of prime rib, never made it though. Taliker, how you doing? Welcome on in. I will say, this is a little personal, getting ever so slight personal. I did rewatch Breaking Bad when I was sick. I figured, you know, maybe it would speak to me even more. I had watched already, probably 2 or 3 times, but I thought, oh, maybe this will speak to me more now. I don't know if it did. Not sure if it really did. It was still fun again, but that's about it. So we're going to be combining 1.5 teaspoons of cinnamon. I'm actually going to cut it back to just 1 teaspoon of cinnamon, because I remember the last time it was a little too cinnamony, so 1 teaspoon of cinnamon. 1 teaspoon of cumin, which I don't have much cumin left, so I'm just gonna dump that in there, and then that should be about right. Taliker, Merry Christmas, hope you're doing well. Also, Happy Hanukkah, just about Hanukkah to all who celebrate. Solstice was a few days ago, so I missed out on that, I apologize. That might be a little more than a teaspoon, but I like cumin, so it's not gonna hurt. Half a teaspoon of turmeric. Turmeric's very easily overpowering, and you can, in fact, use too much turmeric, so keep that in mind. This is the Trader Joe's organic turmeric that I'm using. Mux, exactly, yeah. I was like, listen, I saw my insurance bills. Listen, Breaking Bad is a series, you know, the ideas that, well, very poignant now, very relevant conversation now, but one of the main messages of Breaking Bad was how terribly done our healthcare system is. And I was admittedly very lucky in my situation. I admittedly, the most I had to pay was I had to meet my, where I had to pay my out-of-pocket max for the year, and that was it. I didn't pay for anything else. And I think in my case, my max out-of-pocket for that year was maybe $2,500? I think so. And one hospital trip was all it took to max that out. Fortunately, I was still on my parents' insurance at the time too, and my mom did have very good insurance as well. So I recognized just how lucky I was in a lot of ways when I was sick. For those unaware, in the US, you are on your parents' health insurance until you're 26. I was 25 when I got sick, so I got in right under the cusp. So we're gonna do 1 teaspoon of sugar, a teaspoon of salt, and then black pepper to taste, which, you know, that varies person to person. To me, I like pepper. God, I need new socks. I was told that I am getting new socks from Sarah's mom in my stocking, which actually makes me very happy. I always buy myself, not cheap, but I just buy very basic socks, and then they don't last very long. Right, Mux? What a terrible way to put it, but literally, if there was any time to get sick, oh, I'm glad it's when, I was still mooching off my parents, you know? Mooching off my mom, as it were. So, just cleaned that out. Teaspoon of salt. Freshly ground black pepper to taste. Me, so I taste quite a bit. We are currently making a seasoned rice. Right now I have the lamb in the oven already. I am going to be making written versions of these recipes. A little more pepper. I'm going to have written versions of these recipes on my Patreon for free, so you don't need to join as a paid member at all. They'll just be available to anyone. It's more so that it's just easier to post this on Patreon. It's kind of like the best platform I could think of to make that kind of post. But yeah, right now I'm just kind of getting the seasoning mixture for the rice ready. And I'm just going to very quickly try and break up some of those chunks, stir it together a little bit. That's going to go on the stove just to toast very quickly, like maybe 30 seconds to a minute before I add olive oil and then the rice. So actually, let me do the rice first. Let me rinse my rice. Please, 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 for the love of God, wash your goddamn rice. Spices smell fantastic. Everything smells so very good right now. And that's the thing, I don't really push my Patreon a lot because right now I don't necessarily have, I don't have a ton of content on there per se. And part of that's just due to lack of time. It's the thing of, oh, I could, you know, spend my time making this Patreon exclusive video, or I could spend my time making content that everyone can see. So that's still just been kind of the prioritization there. In 2025, I am going to try and do more with Patreon, YouTube memberships, and all on, just because I'm realizing that I'm getting to a point where I definitely need to focus on those a little bit more. I'm still doing fine on YouTube, Twitch, and all that, but I'm recognizing that there is going to be a lot of value in trying to make sure that those are worth it, you know? Alright, so we're gonna do 2 cups of rice, washed thoroughly, please. It's not that I'm going to judge you if you don't wash your rice, it's just that I'll hate you until the end of time. Too much? I don't think so. I don't know if I've ever gotten underwear for Christmas. Sarah has gotten me, this is gonna sound like a weird thing, but no, Sarah got me matching socks and underwear one year for, I want to say, Valentine's Day. They were lobster socks and lobster boxers. And I no longer fit into those boxers because I was severely, well, not severely, but I was maybe 30 pounds lighter than. I always forget that Sarah and I have been together as long as we have. Sarah and I have been together for over 8 years now. Over 8.5 years. We're getting married right before what would be 9 years since our first date. So that's gonna be 1 cup of rice. And 2. I can't imagine Tom making rice. I don't know why, just the idea of Tom eating rice, I can see Tom being like, ooh, that's too ethnic for me. I'm Tom, apparently I'm making him a little ignorant of food. Somehow it wouldn't surprise me if I was still right. I also can't imagine Tom cooking, also that, yeah. Rice with casserole. I've never had a rice casserole before. But I also don't eat a whole lot of casseroles either. I'm pretty sure I bought that 10-pound bag of rice maybe like 5-6 months ago, so I go through rice pretty quickly, honestly. We're just gonna rinse the rice until the water runs clear, which, for me, with this brand of rice, usually that's 3 or 4 times, but we'll see. And I just want to wash the rice now. That way I can very easily add it to the spice mixture as well. So. Get in there, just agitate it with your little fingers. Long fingers in my case. Megan, I love dirty rice, and I make it a few times a year. Not that it's a complicated thing to make, but no, this is just more of a seasoned rice, because there's no meat cooked in the rice. I would imagine so, Duplex, but I also can't imagine serving myself a rice casserole. I don't know why. Obviously, I've done like a tuna noodle casserole, I've done, noodle as the base for casserole, but rice just feels like it would be too small. I don't know. It seems weird to me. We are also talking about Tom, yeah. That's a very good point. I think we're applying too much logic to Tom. Tom thought Llama and Scarlet were dating. That's always the one that I use. That's always the big one that I use. His rationale was, oh, they watch TV shows together. And I was like, Tom, you watch TV shows with Llama and Mux all the time. Are you in a throuple? So if you ever saw jokes about Llama and Scarlet breaking up, it's literally just because Tom was convinced they were dating. Don't judge our love, I'll judge whatever I want. Yeah, it's still not running clear yet, so probably another, yeah, another 1 or 2 rinses for that. But essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to toast the spices, throw in the olive oil, I'm going to mix it with the rice and with the water, and then all that's going to go in the rice cooker. I do use a rice cooker. It is probably one of the best kitchen purchases I have ever made. I started making a lot more rice because of it. It's just perfectly cooked rice every single time. White rice, sushi rice. I don't like brown rice, but I could make brown rice. Who knows, maybe I would like brown rice. I think my mom tried to get us into brown rice and we were all like, nah. Yeah, still needs another rinse or 2. How is Tom doing? Because I don't talk to Tom as much anymore. Admittedly, I don't really talk to a lot of people much anymore, but I think about Tom sometimes. Not in the like, oh god, I'm worried about him and his existence, but we used to talk a lot more. Ultimately, what it comes down to is if people are in stream, it means I talk to them, because I don't talk to anyone outside of stream anymore. Not really building myself up in the best light here, am I? Okay, music's still going. I just wanted to check. I just wanted to look on over. Yeah, I'd like to play more games with people. It's really just a time thing, whether it's because of time zones or just the fact that I maybe play an hour of games on a good night. And that's really it. I'm just going to bump down the music ever so slightly. Not a ton, but just like a smidgen. Not that anyone was complaining, but just looked like it might have been a little louder than I expected. Megan, in the past year, I would say that I spent more time with you in person than I've spent in voice chat with Llama. That's how bad it is at this point. Just to put things into perspective. Alright, so I'm gonna put this on a low heat, medium-low heat. The spices, I'm gonna let those kind of toast for maybe 30 seconds to a minute, just to kind of bring out some of the fragrance of those. That's gonna be added with 2 tablespoons of olive oil. Most of the time I've spent hearing Llama talk in the past year has been on his streams. I wish I was exaggerating. I'm just really not in Discord anymore. I'm just really not in voice chats at all anymore. Mind you, I still talk to Llama every day over messaging, but no, I just really haven't talked to a lot of people lately. Spent a couple hours on Discord with Blue the other week, because I was helping her set up her webcam, her OBS stuff, which, God, I love that. You would think I would hate doing that in my downtime. You would think I hate fiddling around with webcams and OBS and all these settings and whatnot for other people too. No, still love it. And you know why? It's because I'm not doing it very often for myself anymore. My stuff is set, my stuff's ready to go, but I can then help my friends get their streams set up, and feels great. Just doing a little sniff test on the spices. Could still go a little longer. You don't want them to burn is the main thing, so I'm just pulling it off the heat for a second, tossing it a little bit. But yeah, so I want to toast the spices, add the olive oil, toss the rice in there, so then the rice can then be mixed in and coated and toasted with the spices a little too. And then that'll go into the pot for the rice cooker. If you don't know rice cooker, you can just cook this on the stove as is. Rice cooker, you know. I was just checking something on stream. Alright, that smells a little nice roasty toasty, so 2 tablespoons of olive oil. Give that a mix. One of these days, I would love to have a more kind of dedicated stovetop cam, but I would need a very long cord for the second webcam in order to make that possible, and I would probably have to gaff it down so that I'm not just tripping over it too. I'm just gonna mix this together, get all of that coated in the olive oil, and let that go for maybe just another minute or so, but I'm going to turn that down to a very low heat because I don't really want that to cook too much. Lunatic Chef, welcome on in. How you doing today? We made a lovely chai concentrate, which I'm obsessed with already. It's incredible. It's great. First time making it. I'm doing a lamb shawarma and a seasoned rice. Lamb is already in the oven. That is cooking. That is nicely roasting away. I am prepping the rice as we speak. So, let me toss the rice in there. I'm going to mix that all around. Now, Sarah doesn't like this dish, but she loves the way the rice smells, because you do pick up a lot of that kind of like cinnamon note in the rice, and she really likes that smell. And I'm just keeping the heat on very low for this because I don't really want to cook the rice too much. I want it to slightly toast, but mainly I just kind of want it to really get coated with those spices and the olive oil mixture. And then once this is in the rice cooker, once that's going, I will also go ahead and get started on our sauces. Because those are easy, those take only a couple minutes, so if anything, we're just going to be hanging out and chatting while the lamb cooks, while the rice goes. It's a nice time. Sarah did go back to bed. She's just tired. She's just going to sleep. For those who didn't hear, she has a fever of around 100.4, I want to say, so her boss told her, don't come in today, don't come in tomorrow. Not in like a malicious way, but like a, hey, yeah, just Merry Christmas, don't feel like crap, please. I'm just gonna let that go for a little bit. Yeah, this is based on a recipe from an old New York restaurant that I loved, and both cooking streams that I've done now, the one over the summer and now this one too, both cooking streams have been things that I loved to eat at more local places in New York that now that I've moved out of the city, it's like, well, I'll make it for myself. GoPro cooking the stove. Listen, there's one YouTube chef who does that and I really enjoy it. It's J. Kenji Lopez Alt. He'll have a GoPro on his forehead so you see exactly what he's seeing, and then he also has another GoPro strapped to kind of, not the very end, but strapped kind of like to this part of the handle on a pan, so then you actually are moving with the pan as he kind of like shakes it and flips everything, which if you get motion sickness, you might not like that, but I love it. Mux, bringing a new term to, or bringing new meaning to the term boiling up, right? I think the term's burning up, but whatever. Alright, I'm gonna turn the heat off on the rice. I'm gonna set that to the side for a second. I'm gonna get the rice cooker in place. Oh, Muxin, it's the middle of the night for you too, so time for a midnight snack. Mux, I don't know if you were here when I asked earlier, or maybe I missed it. What are you doing for Christmas? Are you going back to see your parents? Anyone visiting? Yada yada. You might answer before and I missed it, but so I'm gonna dump the rice in, mix in the water. And I always do equal parts rice to water too. So 2 cups of rice. Even though, you know, there's a little bit out of weight from the spices and everything, that's just gonna be 2 cups of water even. I'm reminded of a post that I saw earlier today. It was on r/unpopular opinion, and it was a truly unpopular opinion. It was someone saying that all olive oil tastes disgusting, and every comment was like, this is unpopular, and I think you just suck at eating. I think you just suck at food. Okay, at the parents right now, going to see my sister and her kid for Boxing Day and then back home. Gotcha. Oh, you're seeing are you seeing Tiny Nephew? Wait, Tiny Nephew, Tiny Niece, Tiny Nephew, right? Alright, 2 cups of water. I'll just mix that all to combine. Tiny Nephew, okay. Uncle Mux. I don't know if I'm ever going to be an uncle, because I don't know if my sister is going to have kids. She has a dog, so I'm a dog uncle. A dunkle, if you will. Still haven't met him, but I really want to. Apparently he loves everyone. And I love that. Alright. And what was the rice cooker? Hold on. This is probably not going to be a great shot, but I'm just going to try this anyway. I'm just going to very quickly... Yep, no, not a great shot. It's just the rice cooker taking up the entire frame, but I can't move it back at all. Never mind. But I want you to hear the song of the rice. And then it sings again when it's done. Because, you know, what's more fun than singing rice? Alright, I'll get started on the sauces in a second. I just want to clean up a little bit first. I gotta say, I was always a sponge man before Sarah and I lived together, when I was just living on my own. Now, I will not use anything other than the Scrub Daddy. I have been fully converted to Team Scrub Daddy. I get it now. I understand. You should see the look on my sister's face when she looks at him. He's just the most precious thing in the world to her, and it's terrifying when she hands him to you, because what if you drop him? Babies are resilient. Lux, I was dropped all the time as a kid, and I turned out... What was I saying? Lunatic, I admittedly have not... I'm not a big wine person, so I just haven't really thought about trying mulled wine, but I did make a mulled cider a little earlier. Last year for Christmas, I remember we did a mulled cider with Crown Royal apple, and that was scary good. Like, you really didn't feel the alcohol until you had a couple of those bad boys. Reminds me when I took a baby home from the hospital. What were they thinking? Well, that's the thing. So, Sarah has said before that she would like to start our family when she's 30, and I'm just sitting here going like, oh god. You think we're ready? I've heard people say that you're never ready. No matter what you do, no matter what you say, no matter how ready you might think you are, or unready you might think you are, no one's ever ready. Not really. Maybe that's just something they say to trick you. Maybe that's just something they say to make you feel better. I don't know if I buy it yet. What? Yes, no one told me about that. They told me you hold hands and sleep in the same bed. They lied to me. Stupid public education. Stupid public school. It's the thing of, out of all my friends, no one's having kids yet. Big part of it is just like, hey, careers, rent, mortgages, like, there's enough other shit going on right now. Like, everything else is a little expensive. Everything else is already taking up a little bit too much time. Yeah, who can even afford it? Rent, yep. Mux, our rent just went up for the first time in the 3.5 years we've been here. Our landlord emailed us and said, I'm sorry to have to do this, but I have to raise your rent by $50. And I went, oh, thank God. When we moved in 3.5 years ago, our rent was reasonable. Now, it's a steal. And she's not really trying to make a profit off of it. She more or less just wants to know that she's not losing money on the house. It's her old house. It's where she used to live. It's, you know, near where her parents lived and everything. She just wasn't ready to sell, so she was like, I'll rent it, maybe I'll come back, who knows. We don't think she's coming back ever. She doesn't think she's coming back ever. And she really likes us. She's not trying to, you know, just make a quick buck off of us. She's more so just like, hey, don't really want to sell, but, you know, don't want to lose money on this either. And the reason that she had to jack the price up $50 is because she pays for the HOA. It's part of an HOA neighborhood, and she has always paid for that, but they're increasing the HOA dues. So she was like, hey, because of that, I need to bump up the rent $50. And I was like, yeah, that's fine. Okay, doing good today, doing all right. Yes, that's the thing, because my dad's a landlord. My dad, similar thing to our landlord, in fact. My dad bought an apartment back when you could buy apartments in New York for less than $1 million. Admittedly, I don't know what he paid for it then, but I know he certainly didn't pay no $1 million. My dad bought an apartment. It was one of the first apartments him and my mom lived in together. And, you know, for sentimental reasons and stuff like that, he didn't want to sell, but it was a 1-bedroom, 1-bath apartment. It was smaller than my own apartment that I lived in before I moved here, which was already too small for me at times. Because I'm spoiled. He's been renting that apartment to the same guy for 15 years, and he has only really raised it just to make sure that, you know, he's not losing money on the property tax, essentially. So he's getting a steal. But my dad likes the guy, he doesn't really complain, it's just, you know, it works for everyone. Yeah, if in 3.5 years our rent's only gone up the one time and by $50, it's like, you know what? Thank you. And she's been pretty good because we've had times where, oh, the hot water heater stopped working and immediately, you know, we got someone out. We had some work that needed to be done. She's been very good about that too, so we've been happy. Also, really, hold on. Holy shit, this started cooking a lot faster than I thought it would. This cooked a lot faster than I thought it was going to. It's already at 117. I'm gonna check the temp in another spot. Maybe I just didn't get it into the thickest part, but that was fast. I'll have to check the VOD to see when I actually put the lamb in. Oh, we don't have security. No, we don't have security for the HOA, but they handle... like snowplows and lawn maintenance, lawn care. I don't have to mow. I've never mowed. It's kind of nice. If paying $50 extra a month means I still don't have to mow or plow, you know what? I think I can manage that. I think I'll do it. Yeah, so I'm gonna pull that at 125. Really, that cooked faster than I thought. I am gonna double check the temp in a couple spots, but I feel like I had this problem before where the cook time was a lot shorter than I thought it would be. It is a thin cut. It is a butterflied leg of lamb, so it is maybe like an inch thick. I want to check the VOD just because for the recipe, I want to make sure I give the correct time. Yeah. So the meat's probably going to be ready before the rice in that case, so I didn't wind up timing this as well as I had hoped, which... Well, I do have to crank the oven still, because the oven, I'm going to crank it to 500 to finish kind of like getting its crust. Either way, we'll be fine. Yeah, I'll make the sauces after I pull that and I start to preheat the oven for 500. Like I said, the sauces are very simple. The sauces are very straightforward, so it's not even going to take a lot of time. One of them is literally just sesame paste, water, lemon juice, salt. The other is half harissa paste and half hot sauce. That really went up a lot faster than I thought. And I looked online to make sure that I had the correct cooking times too. Alright. Megan, yeah. I was talking about it before, I just punched that. I talked about it a little bit before, but when Sarah and I were first looking to move in together, you know, rent was okay, and mortgages were a little higher than rent, but not the worst. Now we're looking back and like, ooh, well, should we have bought back then? The problem is we weren't seeing anything that we loved, and, you know, in this day and age, you're not really getting a starter home anymore. Most people are never going to have a starter home. You're going to wind up in one home, and that's going to be just where you are till the end of time. Yeah, checking the temperature in a couple spots. Yeah, looks like I might have already hit that target temp. Yep, that cooked a lot faster than I expected it to. Okay. No, I know. You're good, you're good. You're fine. Okay, so we're gonna crank the oven to 500, because finish it at 500 to get a little bit more of a crust on it, because right now it's not really, it's not brown town. But it only needs to be in the oven at, what, 500 for maybe 10-15 minutes. I didn't put water underneath it. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna take you out for now. You're done. You're good. I didn't remember to put water underneath. Nothing did really drip and burn, but especially before it goes back in at 500, I'm just going to do that. Not a ton, just a little to help create some steam. Okay, now while that sits, now I can finally get onto the sauces. Tahini and hot sauce. So for this, I'm using Sesame King roasted tahini, which is a paste. It's a sesame paste. I loved the Trader Joe's brand sesame paste, and they discontinued it, and that made me very sad. So now if nobody's got me, I know Sesame King's got me. It really is, yes, it really is, and my dad is finally aware of it. My parents are finally aware of it, because, you know, my parents being of their generation, a lot of people being of their generation, like, what do you mean you're not buying a house in your 20s? What do you mean you can't afford a home? And then, you know, he finally looked into it more, saw what mortgages are, and he goes, oh, that's... That's like 10 times what our mortgage was, and it's like, yes, and now you understand. Elise, yes, it's me. Alright, so... And for this, I really just eyeball it. For this, it's not really that I'm using measurements at all. I usually make extra tahini sauce anyway, because I slather that shit in tahini sauce. I love me the tahini sauce. And I like a thinner sauce as well. I'm just gonna mix this because this is the one where that oil kind of gathers on the top, and I like to try and just homogenize it a little bit. Because we're what, at the 5-hour mark now, just about? Yeah, I think we're around 5 hours on stream now. So I should be good. I shouldn't run into any issue with the mic cutting out, but if I do have the other mic ready to go as well. Right, the royal we. If we were the royal we, we'd be buying a house. The royals wouldn't be running into this issue, you know? Yeah, so I did about maybe 2 tablespoons of tahini paste, and this is admittedly a little bit of a thinner one compared to what I would get from Trader Joe's, so I might not even need to add as much water. I am going to use that lemon juice from earlier, because we did juice that whole lemon, and we had that left over. I'm just going to move over here real quick. I won't really be able to use this cam for it, though. Right? The mic just cuts out and you guys just keep pretending like it's like, oh yeah, that's really interesting what you said, George. Yeah, I'm just going to use all of the lemon juice. I like it a little lemony. Just going to stir that to combine. And with the tahini paste, sometimes it'll get like thicker, or sometimes it'll just kind of like seize up on you when you add either lemon juice or water, and you just have to keep mixing again and again. You just have to keep it going until it reaches that homogeneous state. So yeah, it turned a little thicker adding in the lemon juice, but I just want to get that to a single consistency. I'm going to add salt now. Yeah, I just gotta add more cold water, which I'm specifically gonna do ice water, because that tends to work a little better in these situations. So I'm just gonna actually take the container that had the lemon juice. Should have muted my mic for that. Well, I saw the waveforms. I know that the mic's still on. I know the mic is still hot. Your ears are burning now. And just a little bit of ice water at a time. I would I would enjoy some pizza. I would not complain with any pizza at all. Where Badger, how are you? Merry Christmas, Happy Christmas. Unless you guys say Merry Christmas too, I forget what each country does. What I really want to do is I want to get better at making pizza. I've made okay pizzas. I have never made a great pizza before. Oh, Janks has come to wish me a Merry Christmas. Was Biscuit happy to see you? Was Biscuit very happy when you showed up? Oh, Megan, I was never an ice water person until I had a fridge that made ice. Because if you're using an ice cube tray, it's like, oh, this is... You know how often I gotta make ice? It's exhausting. Now that a machine does it, I'm like, hell yeah. Oh, Mux, I'm happy. She's still, does she still parrot? Does she still just hang out on your shoulder? Yeah, so the thing is, even if this seems a little thin, hold on. even if the sauce seems a little thin, which I can mix it a little bit more, that's fine because it does kind of settle and thicken a little bit as it hangs out. So I like a really thin, I like a really drizzleable tahini sauce myself. Which... I'm just going to make sure that I get all the tahini paste off the spoon. Could maybe use just a touch more salt. Yeah, I'm gonna add just a smidgen more salt to that. Oh, and oven's ready, yeah, so the lamb's definitely going to be ready before the rice, so didn't necessarily time that out the best, but I don't want to just stop cooking the lamb because that's not exactly a great idea to just halt cooking and then resume it later. Like, that's a whole food safety thing. Which, admittedly, if the lamb cools down a little bit, that's not going to hurt it, like, it's still going to be really good. Or I could always just chop it up and then throw it under the broiler just to get it hot again when the rice is done. Alright, yeah, pretty thin sauce, which, once again, I prefer that anyway. That just leaves the hot sauce. That wasn't in frame, okay. Sorry, I have a tendency when I'm at home and I'm either just cooking or about to do something, sometimes I smack my bottom. I don't know why. Just like both hands and I just go. These are the things you learn when doing a standing stream. It's a recent thing, it's like the past couple of years. That's a normal thing? Alright, there we go. I'm normal. Something I never say. I do that too? Okay, I feel a lot better now. I know I started doing it after I moved in with Sarah. So maybe I was just interpreting that as like a mating call. So for the hot sauce, once again, very simple. It's just gonna be harissa paste, equal parts-ish, harissa paste and regular plain Jane hot sauce. It can be any hot sauce you want, but I'm using a local hot sauce. And this stuff is going to be strong, so make in appropriate quantities. I also got to throw the lamb back in. I'll have to set the alarm. I'm going to set that for... I want that to get to around 1:45. 1:40, because then it'll continue to climb a little bit as it rests. So 1:40, and hopefully that should then coast to 150 when I pull it. Which for lamb, that's perfectly fine. For lamb, that's still going to be very tasty. I'll finish the hot sauce first. I'm getting ahead of myself right now. Is there sauce for the lamb? Is there silence for it? I know you were going for the lamb sauce, but... Ooh, the rice cooker's steaming. I might actually have timed this decently. We're gonna see. The hot sauce I'm using it's a local. It's a fermented original hot sauce from my area. Distilled vinegar, jalapeno, carrot, onion, apple, apple cider vinegar, sea salt, roasted garlic, habanero, and coriander. Which I think that's actually going to complement this very nicely. So, equal-ish parts, although I like a little bit of a thicker hot sauce for this. I like the thin tahini and the thicker hot sauce. Which I could have made more hot sauce, but I can also just very easily make more for the leftovers too. So, tahini, hot sauce, those are set. Let's throw the lamb in. Get that crust. I'm just trying to move the probe out of the way so it doesn't get caught on anything. Yeah, I'm really leaning towards taking tomorrow off now. I'm really leaning towards taking tomorrow off and doing much work at all, and as I said, that might mean no stream on Thursday. Which, in my defense, most chat said that was fine when I asked before. Maybe I asked the nicer crowd, who knows. Yeah, I'm just checking on the sauces. I'm gonna put the tahini in the fridge just to let that settle a little bit more. I originally just didn't want to take Wednesday off because my big 3 recording days are Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And I knew that we were going over to Sarah's parents on Friday. I was like, oh, so I'm losing that day, so I don't want to lose Wednesday, and I don't know, now after the cooking stream, I'm like, I just want to do nothing tomorrow. That's the thing, at least. That would be the only stream that I cancel. It would only be Thursdays. Ooh. That's very lemony. That's very nice. I really like that, actually. And at least I did say the teriyaki as well. It's like, oh, if I don't stream on Thursday, New Year's Eve would be the 200 for you guys. Mux, have a great night. Merry Christmas. Happy Christmas. Oh, it is Christmas for you. Yeah. That's why you said it earlier. I thought it was because you were leaving then. I really went very slow on drinking this hot cider. I thought I was going to destroy it when I poured it. You did say it at midnight. In my mind, I wasn't even looking at the time, so it didn't register for me. And I was like, oh, he's probably leaving for the night. I'm excited for Friday, though. I'm still hoping that we're on for Friday. It's going to depend on how Sarah's doing. I'm glad it wasn't COVID, at least. Yeah, so the rice also does a thing. The rice cooker does a thing where in the last 15 minutes it'll give you a countdown. Until then, it's just telling you the time. I love it. There's a battery in the rice cooker, so even if it's not plugged in, it can still tell the time. And frankly, I don't know, to me that's just the coolest thing. I love this rice cooker. Trying to convince my parents to get one, but they just like, oh, we don't eat rice very often. It's like, once you get it, you will. Once you get the rice cooker, oh, the rices you shall eat, the culinary adventures you shall go on. Yeah, and because this is rested a little bit, because the lamb did have a chance to rest after coming out of the oven as that preheated, it is going to stall a little bit before it does go up in temp, before it does start to cook a little bit more to get that crust. Fancy one that cooks more than just simple rice, because this is specifically a Zojirushi, which is a Japanese brand, and I'd always seen it recommended. I managed to find it on sale for 4th of July one year. I don't know why I keep on looking at my phone for this. I have the chat right there. 90 SEK in Advent. Ooh, an Advent calendar lottery thing. Only the ticket cost 150. Oh. Win is a win, right? It's rigged against you. It's so rigged against you. I get it. Listen, I've never gambled in a casino, but I've done some of the scratchy lottery tickets before. Because Sarah's parents would sometimes get that for us for Christmas, you know? I won $20 from that once. Yeah, so now that's starting to climb ever so slightly. Pull at 140. It'll rise to around 150, which is still perfectly good for lamb. Because I like more of a rare to medium rare if I'm having like a lamb chop, or if I'm having like a rack of lamb. But for this, where you know it's more like street cart style and whatnot, I didn't even get to hear it myself, but I saw it on screen. Elise, thank you for...
This calls for a celebration. Subs for everyone.
That one I heard. Elise, thank you for the 5 gifted subs to the community. To Dr. JD, Cuppy Cakes, Stormcrow, Vandal, and... I wanted to say Yep Cream. Weiss Pain. Ice Pain. I butchered your name. I apologize, but to anyone who got a gifted sub, Elise, thank you so much. You guys get access to the emotes, the Discord, and of course, ad-free viewing for the duration of your sub. I only ran ads once today, because I forgot to at the beginning of stream, but, well, so be it. Oh, 1 second. Before people brought those as presents, they changed a lot to prevent money laundering. Really? I hadn't even thought about that for, money laundering. Extra gifted sub because of the Twitch end of year. Yeah, so they're doing the same thing where Valorant is gifting an extra sub as well. So Valorant gifted a sub to Traynell. There you go. Nightmare, welcome on in. Merry Christmas. Oh, the timing on this worked out perfectly. Look at this. So now there's 13 minutes left on the rice cooker. Lamb's still going. Lamb's still working. Okay, hit 132, so we're getting there. All right, this is actually working out very, very well. Oh. So here's the thing. I was saying, oh, well, tomorrow I'm taking off from stream now, or tomorrow I'm taking off from work now. One thing I am going to do tomorrow, and it's admittedly my Christmas gift to myself, is I'm going to be setting up the prompter in my office. I'm going to be setting up the Elgato prompter in my office where, you know, my monitor is and everything. I love this thing already. I already just love the prompter. It is great. And I feel like I'm already used to kind of like looking at this, looking directly at the camera. I know Brandy and a few other people said that it worked really well. Yes, I know you said you liked it, that it made me look less snarky, which, damn, alright. That's probably what I need, honestly. I probably need something that makes me look a little less snarky, honestly. Go, I guess I did. Once again, I'm gonna look at the VOD just to see what the exact timing was, because I am gonna put the written recipe up on the Patreon for free. But this stream will also be up on the stream archive pretty soon. So I do upload to the archive pretty infrequently, once again, just due to a lack of time, but for some of the more special streams, I try to front-load those. So the Skyrim crowd control stream, I'm going to try and get up later this week. The this I'm going to try and get up soon after as well. It should be !archive. I'm glad to hear that it does feel natural. I'm glad that it feels natural, because I feel like, well, yeah, when I stream, usually, you know, my monitor's here, my gameplay monitor's here, but when I look at chat, I'm looking over to the side, so I'm just going back and forth. But with the prompter, I'll just kind of, I won't even have to look up much. I'll more so just very briefly glance up. This is very exaggerated. That's not what it's going to look like, but I'm really happy. And I was saying that I'm definitely going to use it for more... I want to use it for more short-form content, and I would even like to start doing some more on-camera content for YouTube. The reason I didn't was because I would just very clearly not be looking at the camera. You would just... I would record something, I'd look at the footage, and it's just me... It looks so much more exaggerated. Even just me looking slightly below the camera to read the script, it just looks like I'm... Hey guys, George here from Zero Period Productions. Mayhem, mayhem, mayhem. 136, yeah, the timing of this is gonna work out pretty well. 10 minutes on that, 136. Alright. I don't actually know if Sarah told her mom she was sick, so I don't want to say anything to her yet. Oh. I've now learned how terrible Twitch Mobile is if you're a streamer. And if you don't have two monitors, and if you use the Twitch Mobile app to watch your chat while you're live, I'm now learning how dreadfully terrible that is. Because anytime you tab out from the app, it's like, oh, well, now I'm not going to read chat. And you got to restart it, and it's a whole thing. Sarah does it, but she's on a laptop, so, you know, doesn't really have much of a choice in that regard. I'm just stirring the hot sauce a little bit. Yeah, it's definitely a little bit more of a paste, but once again, I kind of like that because it's a very strong hot sauce, so you don't really want to use a lot of it. So what we're gonna do is, I'm gonna make I'll make a plate for myself. I will get everything ready, make a plate, show that off. I don't think I'm gonna eat on stream. I don't like eating in front of the camera. But here's what I'll do. I'll make the completed plate, show that off. We'll close out the stream. We'll say our goodbyes. I'll sit down, I'll eat, I'll tear everything down. And how does that sound? I realize the irony of I'm making a cooking stream, but I don't want to eat on camera. I do understand there is some irony in that. Alright, 140. Let's see if we got a crust on that. Yeah, we did. I'd say that's a pretty decent crust all around, or at least enough of one where I'm happy with that. Yeah, I know. That is gonna sit, that is gonna rest just for about 10-ish minutes or so. So around 7:30, I'll just go to carving that, yeah. I don't like watching people eat. I don't like, well, watching I don't mind. I don't want to listen to people eat. I do not like hearing chewing sounds on stream. Please mute your mic if you are going to eat on stream. Yeah, so not the crustiest crust, but got a little brown in some places. Yeah, that's gonna be good. That's gonna be very, very good. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Listen, I remember during COVID specifically, I did a lot more long streams. There would be a lot of nights where I would just order dinner because I was streaming for 8-10 hours, and a lot of the time I would take like a dinner break and I would just mute my I'd mute my mic and turn off my webcam entirely. I'm like, I just realized that did pick up the swallowing of the apple cider though, so now I'm just a jerk. One sec. Mute the mic. Ah, humbug from the UK. Veldernick, thank you so much for hanging out today, by the way. Oh, Merry Christmas, Happy Christmas. Humbug, right back at you.
Oi there, boy! What day is it? Get a watch, you fucking jackass!
That kid was a little bit of a jerk. What's his deal? He pissed in his eggnog. Oh, God. So, Goku Zeto, I was with Atlas Coffee Club for a couple months, and I was very happy with them. And I paused because I knew that I was going to be ordering from other places around the holidays. And at one point, I was going to look at trade coffee. I think I mentioned that to you, that I was going to look at trade to see if that was worth getting, and trade coffee is stupid expensive. Trade coffee, I think they said it was going to be $180 or $160 for 2 months. And I said, never mind. If I'm going to do a coffee shop, I'm going to go back to Atlas. But every day, I get emails from Trade, and they're like, you still want to give us that money? It was not a good deal at all. It was not a good deal whatsoever for Trade. And yeah. Because the reason I was looking at Trade was because of the fact that, you know, it's more roasters. So I was like, oh, I can try all these different roasters every month. But for that price, no. Like, that was insane. Trade was a really ridiculous deal, or a really ridiculous price, but Atlas was really reasonable. So, yeah. I'm probably gonna wait until like after January, because I'm just not going to be here much next month, but February or so I'm probably going to go back to Atlas Coffee Club, because I did really like that. 3 minutes on the rice, and it's going to be really good. That's going to be really tasty. I'm really amazed by how well the timing worked out for this. I was really worried this wasn't going to happen. Oh. 0 Hour for Cooking, yes, have a great one. Thank you for hanging out. I had a lovely time today. I really wanted to do something a little different, something a little special, something that was maybe a little bit more relaxed for Christmas Eve, and I think this worked out really well. So, love the idea of doing more cooking streams. We'll likely, once again, mostly do them for special events, and it'll usually be more like this, where it's a little bit more chill and maybe a little bit more downtime here and there, but this was fun for me. This was just a really, really nice time. We might be coming up in the end, because once again, what I'll do is I'll slice, I'll serve, I will show the finished dish, but then I'll break, I'll end, and I'll just enjoy my dinner off screen, you know? So, I am gonna say right now, next stream, assume it's Saturday. Let's just assume right now, probably not gonna stream Thursday, probably not gonna stream the day after Christmas, but I will be here Saturday and Sunday for those regularly scheduled streams. Which, I think that's reasonable. I think that's fair. Enjoy some time off, and that's the idea, that's the goal, yeah. Right, Elise, right? If I, by some Christmas miracle, decide to stream, yeah, I gotta let you guys know, but, yeah, I'm I'm not expecting it right now. And that is how you know that the rice is done. Let me take a look at that. The one thing is I usually do have to stir it up quite a bit afterwards because there will be some more concentrated pockets of the spice just from when the water, boils off, steams off, but once you mix it all together, it's pretty evenly dispersed. Now, a lot of places in New York will do just straight up turmeric rice for a dish like this. I like this recipe where it has other spices in it, so it's not just that very bright, kind of like yellow-orange color that you would get just from turmeric, but this is a nice kind of warm... It's not going to sound most appetizing the way I'm going to put it. It's a nice, warm brown. No, that does not sound like the most appetizing way to put it, but you'll see in a second, and it makes more sense when you see it. It's bespeckled with flavor, is the way I'm going to describe that then. Which is funny because I don't like brown rice. This is white rice that I've then infused with spices, so it just looks brownish. Because I like the turmeric rice. I really enjoy turmeric rice. I like this more, though. So what I'm going to do is... just going to take this, move the rice cooker out of the way. This way I can kind of show you guys the rice, or hopefully this will be a decent way to show you that. Hot pan. And... okay, yeah, so let me just frame that a little bit better, but... yeah, so... that is our seasoned rice. Like I said, I love this recipe. I will make just the rice like this on its own. Like, I don't necessarily need the meat on the side. I like the meat on the side, but I'm just gonna do a little taste test. Use just a little more salt. Not much, but just... it's 2 cups of rice, so, season appropriately. And of course, if you want this to be maybe like a little richer or fattier, you can add a little more olive oil at the end, or butter, or anything really. The best rice I ever eat usually has some added fat to it. Yeah, perfect amount of rice, or perfect amount of salt now added to that. So then I'm just going to carve the lamb. I'm going to have to do this over at the stove. Admittedly, there's just not going to be enough space elsewhere. So I'm going to remove the wire rack real quick. 1 second. The wire rack cools down very quickly too, so I can just very easily grab that with my human fingers. Now I'm going to toss that in dishwasher down here. Listen, I made sure to run the dishwasher yesterday because I knew that I was just going to want to throw everything in after the cooking stream today. My cumin fingers, I mean, there's cumin in both of these, so not wrong. Let me get a knife, and let's get our first slice and see how we did. Ooh, that actually still has like a nice color inside still. Alright, hold on. Yeah, hold on. I don't know how well it'll show up lighting-wise. Get the mic for the taste test.
You can't see them on their sleigh ride across the sky. Gather all your friends around, or go out and paint the town. It's the only time of year the whole wide world turns upside down.
Okay.
Light a fire, and we'll toast the night away.
I can really taste the cayenne in that. It actually has a really nice spice level to it. Okay. I'm running out of words to say. I'm just I'm enjoying. Ooh, making rice not a meal prep. What are you going for? What are you making? Rocky, well, you made it just in time for food. You did say, you know, that you wanted to have your food to go, so you made it just in time in the end. Yeah, so let me... For the first slice, I was just cutting that on the sheet tray. I'm going to move it over to a proper cutting board for this. Which, let me... Because I can't look at chat since I'm showing you my back. I'm just going to pull up chat on here again real quick. Like I said, I would love to have a proper stovetop cam, or stove angle. I would just need a longer cord for that. Like, significantly longer than the one that I got. Oh, love orange chicken. Ah, Chinese for Christmas, a time-honored condition. Tradition, not condition. I need to buy a knife sharpener, because it's now getting to the point where these knives aren't dull, but they could definitely stand to be a little sharper. And I'm just slicing this fairly thin, which... I'm actually gonna slice that again real quick, just in half, so I can get, not bite-sized pieces, but maybe a little smaller than what I currently have. Yeah, alright. Happy with that. So then... sorry, I'm just thinking about how I want to slice this. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep going across, and then I'll do one down the middle. Yeah, time to buy myself a knife sharpener. Which I'm actually amazed that these knives have lasted as long as they have without really needing any significant sharpening. Oh, yeah, even with a 10-minute rest, the juices are plentiful. And it's not like red, but there's still a slight pink. And I just have chat on my phone, so I can see you guys right now too. Don't worry. Which, hold on, I'm just gonna start throwing some of these back in the pan, because then they're just gonna sit in their own juices and whatnot. Yeah, don't worry, you guys will get a final shot. Because that'd be rude not to show it. I got eyes in my butt, Rucky. Doesn't everyone have that? I thought so. Maybe my parents lied to me. It's also the reason why I wear assless chaps a lot. I actually don't know where the framing for this camera ends. Like, I'm actually not sure where that ends right now, so, yeah. Alright, just toss that in there. I'm gonna toss it all back around with the juices and everything, too. Because people always get worried, it's like, oh, it's blood. It's not actually blood. I forget the term, but there's a specific name for it. It's not blood. I think it's specifically like one of the proteins in the meat. Fortunately, this cutting board does have a little rim, so it catches all that. It's not just spilling all over the stovetop, because that'd be terrible. That would not be good. Be a bad time for all of us. One sec. Just gonna try and move a couple things around to make my life ever so slightly easier. I like doing that, making my life easier. Crazy idea, I know. Alright. Yeah, this is gonna be a few meals for me. Which, hold on. I'm actually just gonna dump the juices in now, because they're starting to accumulate. Paper towel. Yeah, I'm gonna do a little bit of a, not deep clean, but I'm definitely gonna have to clean up a little bit tonight. Well, I got extra eyes back there with a Fred. Listen, you're getting all the lore tonight, whether you want it or not. What can I say? Christmas Eve cursed lore stream. Ooh, new favorite ramen place. I feel like my parents are still figuring out what's near them. Apparently they found a really good Turkish restaurant, like family owned. Like they step in and they're the minorities there. So probably one of those like very well kept like neighborhood secrets. Yeah, this actually had a little bit more color in it than I expected, but I am very happy with this kind of temperature right now. I feel like it could have gotten a little bit more of a crust. Maybe had I done like the broiler or something, but this is still going to be very good. Okay, we're getting down to the end here, which... Alright, and... I also did reset the music playlist at one point, so we should still be good on music. Right, quickly just toss these around a little, let that sit. Smells very good right now. Yeah, because it's Christmas music and some of the regular stream music too. Well, actually, Christmas music, some cooking music, and I think some of the lo-fi Elder Scrolls. So it's a very eclectic playlist. Get our tahini sauce out, which definitely has kind of settled, and it's not completely thick, but it's definitely thickened up a little bit, which, yeah, that's actually kind of like the perfect consistency that I was looking for. Okay, good. So now, let's start building our plate, in my case, bowl. And I'll move the rice, that way we can see the finished bowl as well, don't worry. Surprisingly, I'm not super hungry, so I'm not going to go so crazily overboard, as I say, as I go in for more rice. Alright. Yeah, I'm actually really surprised. I got a little bit more color. I kept a little more color in the lamb than I thought I would, but I prefer a little bit more pink anyway. I definitely prefer a little bit more color anyway, and it's going to be really, really good. So let's do maybe like a couple more pieces, just... Now that I'm putting the bowl together, I'm like, you know, maybe I'm a little hungrier than I thought I was. So, I gotta... It's without sauce, and I like a lot of the sauce, admittedly. I like the sauce a little thinner, so... It's not gonna look the most appetizing with the sauce, because, once again, the sauce is just gonna spread, but I like that sauce to really get into the rice and soaked up and everything. And when I say I like a lot of the sauce, I am not kidding. And just hot sauce in the center. Is that... Alright. I did say I'm not going to just eat on stream, like I'm not going to sit down and have the whole thing on stream, but first composed bite, that will be on stream. Also, I just want to show very quickly that I don't know how well it's going to read, but to mute my mic it says lavalier. I keep reading it as lavalier. Dragon Age, it's taken over my life, what can I say? Alright, that turned out pretty good. I'm very happy with that, admittedly. Not too spicy, not overkill on the hot sauce either. I got a lot left over. Hold on. I just want to show for a second how much lamb there's gonna be. Once again, I will eat this many, many, many times. So I think I got leftovers for a little while. I don't think I have to cook for a little while, which is a nice place to be. All right, like I said, recipe for the chai, the lamb, and the rice I will be putting up on Patreon for free. That should be a little later this week. If nothing else, weekend at the latest. And once again, thank you for joining today. I had a really nice time. I had a really fun time. Scarlett, once again, the prompter made this so much easier, and I'm really excited to have it up on the stream room. That is going to be one of my treats to myself tomorrow. Oh. Right? Instead of emotes, I just bring leftovers by. Oh. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what I'm going to fit everything into. Rice, lamb. Okay. I am really glad that I cleaned throughout the day. I'm really glad that I did dishes for the other stuff throughout the day. That way, I don't have as much to clean right now. I think I have maybe a couple cutting boards, couple bowls, but yeah, that was smart. And it's a little warm right now, and I actually turned the heat off earlier knowing it was going to get warm from cooking, but oh, I had a really nice time. I had a really great time. I would love to do more cooking streams for special occasions like this. I would love to do this for other Christmas streams in the future. Like I said, no New Year's Eve cooking stream this year because that's just 1 week away, but we will be live. I'll be live on New Year's Eve. Thank you for hanging out, guys. Oh, I had a lovely time. Once again, this was a nice, relaxing time, and it went by really quickly, too. I don't feel like the 5-hour streams don't lag for me. They don't drag for me at all. But this in particular is extra relaxing. This in particular is just a really easygoing way of having a nice, more interactive, more chat-filled day together. So to everyone who celebrates Christmas, Merry Christmas. I hope you guys have a fantastic day tomorrow. To people who don't celebrate Christmas, well, you got Hanukkah, you got the solstice, you got a lot of different things that are happening right now, and I hope everyone enjoys their holiday season. No matter what they're up to, no matter what they're doing, spend time with your loved ones, with your family, your friends. See, because loved ones doesn't always mean your family or your friends. I know. And exactly, Elise, now the beauty of this, I'm going to stand behind the light, that way I can actually be lit, as Tom might say. The beauty of this is now I have dinner ready to go. I will be enjoying mostly a day off tomorrow. I will be taking Thursday off from stream. Like 99% chance that I'll be taking Thursday off from stream, both to catch up on work and to hopefully just kind of relax a little bit more, if nothing else. But I will see you guys this Saturday for another stream, 12 p.m. Eastern. Traveler's Rest, ESO, one of those two, I would imagine, because both have their holiday events and both need to be grinded out so much more. But thank you for hanging out. Thank you for a lovely day. Merry Christmas Eve. I am going to go do unspeakable things to this plate of food. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. And I'll see you guys this weekend. And now the really beautiful part is I can just hit a single button and you don't have to look at me anymore.